There. So I think you guys could hear me and not see me. I just figured it was actually seemed to be for whatever reason I wasn't on the screen yet. So yeah, so welcome to day 2 of the Blue Talks Army of Love event. And like I say, we have our first guest coming up at 10:30 Eastern, so about 25 minutes. Shelly will be joining me really soon. She's actually, I was saying, on a call with her coach right now. So she is taking care of that, but we'll be back very soon. And yeah, so she'll be joining me soon. And like I said, we'll also have our first guest coming up, which is Michelle Hurlburt, and we'll be talking to her as well. So lots of cool things happening today as part of this event. And I am also just getting stuff set up here as well at the same time. Like, for example, getting the streams up on the best places. And let's see here where we're at. Of course, pinning this to the top of my page so that more people will see it. So one thing I'll ask, we try to remember to ask this or mention this every time, but as they say, sharing is caring. So I always ask if you guys are up for it. I would love to have you share this out to other people. It'd be great to have you, if you're cool with it, to share it out in your network. And you never know who could benefit from what we share today or what the guests share today. But yeah, so maybe you could have you guys share it out and let people know what's going on and that we're doing this event today. And it's pretty much just a click at the bottom to share this stream out. And yeah, we would love that. So what I'm going to do to kick things off is I shared this yesterday that I say it's about a week and a half ago now. I actually have the date marked down somewhere, but I don't have it in front of me. But I started reading every day from Think and Grow Rich, like opening up to a page and reading from Think and Grow Rich. This is something the late Bob Proctor did. And I get a chance. I mean, this is one of my milestones in my life, in my opinion. But I got a chance to hold Bob's 57-plus-year-old copy of Think and Grow Rich that he read from every day for 57 years. And so I decided to start incorporating this into my life, like opening Think and Grow Rich every day and just reading a section or a portion of the book. And kind of carrying on what I know Bob committed to, because obviously that's a pretty significant commitment, that many years. And I mean, when I held the book, I was very delicate because the pages were very fragile because of how often he held it and highlighted it and dog-eared it and what have you. And I haven't been bold enough yet to do that stuff with the book. This is one of the originals. I say one of the originals. This one is, I believe, if I look at it, I think it's the 1945 edition, maybe. Nope, 1937. But I think this is like I forget which printing it is. It says it somewhere in the book. But anyway, it's what the original book looked like. It has the original book stuff inside of it. Again, I'm sure I have the date somewhere. But either way, I recently ordered a 4th printing of the. Oh yes, this was the 1947 edition of the book, and I recently ordered an original 4th printing of the 1937 copy. Because the original, there were some changes made. So I want to have the original. So having said that, let's see here. I'm going to open the book and I'm going to just read a portion of the book and I guess tell you what it means to me or what I sort of take from it. And I opened up to a section, which is sometimes tough. You want to get to a part where it actually makes sense to read that portion, because I don't want to read much more than a chapter, or sorry, more than a paragraph rather. So let's see here. What part can I, let's see here. Okay. Don't like dead air, but I have to go to a place that makes sense. Okay. So I flipped 2 pages ahead of the page I originally opened on to land on the chapter around faith. And so how he describes faith is visualization of and the belief in attainment of desire. And this is the 2nd step towards riches. Again, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, for those that are just jumping on now. So what he says is faith is the head chemist of the mind. When faith is blended with the vibration of thought, the subconscious mind instantly picks up the vibration, translates it into its spiritual equivalent, and transmates it into infinite intelligence, as is in the case with prayer. So this book, one of the things I love about Think and Grow Rich is that, in contrast to what a lot of people believe, It's definitely a book about abundance, and if you describe riches as abundance, it's definitely a book about how to create abundance in your life, including how to ultimately create whatever that looks like to you, revenue, create sales, whatever that looks like to you. But at the end of the day, to me, Think and Grow Rich is really about how to become wealthy as a person, not just in your pocketbook. And I love when he talks about in this section here about how important it is to have faith and what faith can do. If you have faith, almost like hope, it will essentially, you can convert it into its equivalent, meaning like if you have faith that you can achieve something and you continue with your faith, then it's like almost praying that you will achieve it. And also your odds are achieving it are much better if you have faith that it will happen. So to me, it's like, at the end of the day, it's like that self-assuredness that you'll be taken care of and this will happen. And so at the end of the day, like I said, that's a piece of Think and Grow Rich. I just, like I say, pick different parts all the time. This is a classic book to me that has truly changed my life. It was the second book I ever read in my life. A lot of people don't know I didn't read my first book until age 27, and that was How to Win Friends and Influence People. And the second book, like I say, was Think and Grow Rich, and it was definitely a game-changing book for me. So that's why if I'm going to read one book regularly, even if I'm just reading a paragraph or a section, that's the one I want to actually make that book. And How to Win Friends and Influence People, I mentioned, is the first book I ever read. I did buy an early printing of it as well, and I may incorporate it and actually read from both books every day. So anyway, that's the Think and Grow Rich moment for the day. I might actually read another part for different guests, but that's, at least from my perspective, that's the my reading for the day, if you will. And so would love to hear your comments. Have you read Think and Grow Rich? Are you a Think and Grow Rich fan? No need to be if you're not. I just love to get people's thoughts on it. What books have what books have changed your life and impacted your life? I see somebody posted here. I think my first book read was Clifford the Red Dog. And I actually, admittedly, haven't read Clifford the Red Dog yet. And I haven't seen any of the movies. We do have 2 young kids, so maybe that will at some point work its way into my life, but I haven't gotten there yet. So I haven't read Clifford the Red Dog, but that's an awesome first book, because that leads me to believe either you may have children or you may have started reading at a lot younger age than I did, which, more power to you, because that means you are further ahead than I was by reading much later in life. So we're going to be talking today about mindset. We're going to be talking about the people we have on. We're going to talk about their work, the work they do for other people, the place they serve in the world, all those kind of good things. Shelly is actually logging on and loading in right now, so she'll be on here any minute. And I see you were 7 when you read Clifford the Red Dog, so definitely ahead of me. Like I said, I was roughly 27. And the reason I say I didn't say a name is because, just so you know, it comes up as Facebook user, depending on how you're logged into StreamYard, or if you've been on StreamYard or what have you. So I can't see the name until after, or when we're on a break or something like that. So I will reference you later, but right now I can't see the name. I can see Miles's name. He logged in through LinkedIn and he said, hello, everybody. So thank you, Miles, and awesome on Clifford the Big Red Dog. So again, we're going to talk today about mindset. So I'm actually going to read sec here. Let's see. Quote I put up today I wanted to read. Oh, and I see on my other stream here, Bridget said, Think and Grow Rich is life-changing. I have the audio version. And Cindy says that I love Think and Grow Rich. So awesome stuff. Quote that I put up today is, if you want to change the world, change yourself. If you want to change yourself, change your thinking. And if you want to change your thinking, change your actions. So this was a quote that I put up today that came to me a little while back, about the idea of how it's not, you don't have to change, you don't have to look at it like I have to change everything all in one stop. Like basically you can do it in steps. Like you can start by changing yourself first, and then you can start changing your thinking within yourself. And then once you've changed that thinking and the core of who you are, then you can actually change the actions that you take. And so I want to share that as well, because this is a quote that I had put up today that had occurred to me recently, that it's not as tough or big to make these changes sometimes as we make it. So I wanted to share that as well. And another thing I want to share, kind of, I'll call it housekeeping, is if you guys haven't seen it yet, I'm going to put the link up here any second, but Scott McDermott's new Blue Talk is now officially up. So his is the new Blue Talk that's officially up on our YouTube page. You can go directly to the YouTube page here at youtube.com/Blue Talks. And I know Scott would love you to check out his talk. And the people that watched it when it took place in Alberta, a lot of them said it was a game-changing talk. I know Rosalind Fung, if you guys know who Rosalind is, this is big praise from Rosalind. She said it's one of her favorite talks ever. I saw her post that today. So definitely check out Scott's new talk on, again, the Blue Talks YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Blue Talks. So check that out as well. And one other thing I wanted to mention here, I'm just going scrolling to check one other thing I wanted to tell you about. Where's this at here? Okay. I can't seem to locate it. I was going to share it with you. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to I shared yesterday that about our vision boards. I talked about our vision boards, and I said I would try to find a picture. And I do have a picture. Let me just see if I can bring this up. I'm not sure if this will work. I'm going to try, but if it doesn't work, I'll figure it out later and show it to you. But I'd love to show you the vision boards that Shelly and I ended up doing that are different than every other vision board that I've done in the past. But again, I had trouble sharing yesterday, so let's see if I can do it today. I think it's going to give me the same problem today. So I may have to share from the other computer later, or I may have to share from Shelly's computer later. Let's just try it one more time, though. I would love it if I could share it with you guys. No, it's not letting me. I think I have to set up the permissions differently. Okay, so that's not going to work right now. I did want to show you that, so I'm going to try to show it to you guys later. And like it, or actually, I don't know if I can do this. This is kind of a weird way to do this, but let's see here. I'm going to try to see if I can show it to you on my computer, from my phone, I mean, rather. Let's see. Okay, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this or not. Can you guys see that? This is Shelly's vision board. And I don't know if you guys, again, can see that or not. And then let's see if I can find mine. Mine, I could only get a picture. I could only find a picture of it that I basically cropped it from another picture. But this is mine right here. And at the top, I shared this recently at the top, where you see it says Blue Talks 2020. 20 books of 2020. That's the one I shared with you guys that I put this up. And within literally, I would say, weeks, we found out that Blue Talks book number 2 was on the top 50 must-read list of 2020. So I put this up in a vision board saying I wanted one of our books to be in the top readers list. And literally, without even knowing we were nominated for or potentially going to be put on that list, I get tagged in a post saying we were at the top of a top 20 list. And by the way, even though the list was the top 50 must-read books, we were in the top 20. So we actually basically manifested what was on that vision board. But I wanted to show you those vision boards for a reason. It's that a lot of times, and I've done this in the past too, you have a vision board and it's like a bullet bristle board or stuff like that. So it doesn't look great in the house if you have it up on your wall, which we did. And again, I mentioned yesterday, it definitely brought some abundance. And so it was definitely worth having it on the wall, but it just was an eyesore. And so this time we actually decided to make vision boards that were set against a frame that actually looked nice on the wall. So this way it can become part of your decor, and you're more apt to keep it up in the wall. You're more apt to see it every day. And so we have it above our couch in the living room. It's on, excuse me, either side of a painting, but we have it on the wall with the first one I showed you is Shelly's. And that's from a really wild frame, a cool frame that we found online. I picked it up in a different province, brought it back home. It had all kinds of little scratches on it because it's almost like paper mache. And she painted it black, and now that fixed up some of the scratches and scuffs on it. So it made, it has its whole that frame has its own a life of its own. And I love that. Like, it has its own energy that came back there with us. And mine is a little less sexy. I actually bought it at IKEA, and then Shelly painted it black. But you can see how both of them actually match each other, and they really can work within your decor. So I think, again, it may sound like a crazy thing to talk about, but I think with your vision board, there's a more apt you're going to see it and look at it if you like the way it looks and if it fits in your house like that. And I will say that Shelly's thinking of bringing it down to the office here, hers, and putting it actually behind one of the desks so she can see it every day. So having said that, Shelly is now here with me. So I can now add the cool Blue Talks thing in the background. So Shelly, I was sharing that you were on a coaching call. So how did that go?
Great. Yeah, Mitch is guiding us along the way.
So
Mitch Cambridge.
Yeah, so Mitch Cambridge, who is a Bluester or Blue Talks speaker. We've been working with Mitch as we scale Blue Talks. And so Shelly has ultimately decided to work with Mitch on her own as well. And yeah, so I just thought I would share that because we talk all the time about how important it is to have a good coach, how important it is to hire your own coach, even if you're coaching or training people. And so that's a little shout out for Mitch as well. And just a little bit of shout out of what Shelly was up to. So having said that, Shelly, welcome to day 2 of the Blue Talks Army of Love event. I will say too, I talk often about the behind the scenes stuff. I'm one of those people that is okay lifting up the camera because I think it helps. Like, if you're somebody that's on watching us and you're somebody who does Facebook Lives or you do calls or all this kind of stuff, sometimes you can learn from the stuff that we're going through. And so I share a lot more behind the curtain than some people. I think some people are worried about being super polished, which that's their prerogative, but I would rather share something that's going to benefit you. And so I'll share, for example, Shelly and I are literally in the same room where she's actually like over there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm pointing the right way in the camera, but she's over there.
She's over there. If my eyes shift over there, then that's why.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I said it, because I'm trying now to look right at the camera, but sometimes I look over. And so, but the reason for that, just so you know, and we have 2 different backdrops for whatever reason, because we're trying to have our computers close together. I can't get my backdrop, fully in the picture, but that's okay. And now I'm kind of moving to mine. I'm moving to the left or whatever. But having said that, the reason I bring that up is because the reason we're also sitting so close to each other is because in the office, we're in the same office, and without her having to go to a different office or vice versa, the only way we can do this without that echo you heard at the first is for me and her to be this close so that you can hear her as good as me, but I have to actually mute her video. So that way we're both not on the volume side. So I just, for those that do this kind of stuff regularly, I think sometimes we watch people do this stuff and think, oh, I wish I could do this, or I wish I could do it this seamlessly. And like Shelly's laptop is on top of books and photocopier paper right now. So what I'm saying is that it's the most important thing is that you're here, that you're delivering quality. Shay Rowbottom, in one of the interviews, and Shelly probably, I think, knows where I'm going with this, commented that, now I should add for context, Shay Rowbottom, if you're familiar with her, or even if you're not, Shay Rowbottom is a heavily LinkedIn influencer, like a heavy LinkedIn influencer, to the point where as a non-celebrity, she has like almost 800,000 followers on LinkedIn. And she's done that through video. And she did a similar thing through Facebook before she went to LinkedIn. So this lady knows her stuff with video. And today she has a full studio, full team, high production. And when I asked her about that, like, how do you get started if you're not at the level of Shay Rowbottom? And her comment was something to the effect of, I'd rather listen to a decent quality or okay quality video that has an amazing message when you're sitting in your car doing it every day of the week than have you in a studio with a lackluster message. Something to the effect of that. And I think if you consider this is a person who has, I don't know how much she puts into videos a year, but I'm gonna guess and say probably upwards of or into the hundreds of thousands. And she's telling you she would rather watch your video done with you holding a phone in the car if it's amazing content and you're delivering an amazing message, than you spending all this money and the message not coming through or not having a great message.
But I think we can also say that it does make sense. I mean, how many times am I even listening to something on my earphones while I'm cleaning the house or making supper or doing something, or we're in the car and we're listening? So we're not even watching the video. We're only listening to the content. So even anyone listening here might be working at their computer and have this on in the background. So that's where the video, it might not be as important as, what somebody has to say.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. And I mentioned earlier, I'm going to put this actually in here as a banner. If I can put this up here. I mentioned earlier, so excuse me, this way I can sort of remind myself and maybe remind others. But if you're watching this right now, I would love it if you decide to share. We're about to bring on our first guest here shortly, but I would love it if you decide to share, because not only in that cheesy way of saying sharing is caring, but really the meaning behind that is when you share, you never know whose life you're going to impact. You never know who could need to hear a message we're going to share. And so just a reminder, I would love to have you share this video and today's event, because again, you just never know who you're going to impact by doing so. So I just want to add that in. Let's see here. I'm going to see if we have any comments that we need to tackle before we bring our guest on. Anne Oikel said, I love it. Moving soon. So this is awesome. I am listening at work. Bridget said, super cool. And I don't know the context of that, because I of course, I don't know what point we were at when we said that 8 minutes ago. So I'm not sure exactly which part I mentioned. It could have been the part about maybe the vision board. Yeah, it could have been the vision board part. So just wanted to acknowledge those comments. And let's see if I can open others without the video sound coming. No, maybe I can't. I don't want to mess with that. So Shelly, anything you wanted to add? Oh, Jeff Saunders says, I'm on the treadmill at the gym at the gym and watching live. Love it. Thanks so much, Jeff. You're a true multitasker. That's I used to talk about in the morning. Shelly probably remembers I used to talk about this when people would say, well, I don't have enough time to do an hour of power. And I would say, well, then do an hour of power in 40 minutes. And so what I meant by that was the hour of power that Jack Canfield talks about is spending 20 minutes every day learning, 20 minutes every day exercising, 20 minutes every day meditating, or some form of that. And so what people used to say, well, I don't have time for an hour in the morning. And I would say, well, then do it in 40 minutes. And what I meant by that was, and you could technically probably do all of it in 20 minutes or 30. But what back then when I said it, we used to have a dog named Sprocket, and I would take Sprocket for a walk and I would listen to a podcast and while I was walking Sprocket. So technically, in that 20 minutes, I was doing 2 of the 3, because I was exercising and I was learning. And like, I guess the other side is if you could somehow incorporate what you're learning, like a podcast that talks about meditation and in between does a couple of meditations, I guess technically you could do all 3 in 20 minutes. So to the point, Jeff, what I'm getting at is you are definitely multitasking, because you're learning and exercising at the same time. So you're doing your hour of power right now in 20 minutes, because you're actually probably getting a little bit of the spiritual content as well once we jump in, if you're listening, when we have guests on and we start talking about synchronicities and stuff like that. So you can find a way to multitask. And Jeff, I just want to salute you for doing that. So Shelly, I just wanted to ask you, is there anything else you wanted to add before we bring our guest on?
Yes, synchronicity. So I was telling Mitch this.
May have to speak a little bit louder. Right?
Oh, okay. So I was telling Mitch this when I was on the phone with him, and I just thought I'd give an update as far as the synchronicity towards our dog. So if anyone wasn't on the call yesterday, Cory and I had been debating whether or not we were going to get another puppy. Sprocket was the love of my life for 14 years. And I was devastated when we lost him, when Sebastian was 1. And now we have 2 kids. Elijah is 2 and Sebastian is going to be 5. And so we were debating whether or not we wanted to get a puppy, and we were interested in a cockapoo. We knew somebody who had one, and the dog's name was Luna. And then Cory started looking in Alberta because there was none around here, and sure enough, the dog's name was Luna. Yesterday, we were on the call with Dr. Christine, and we watched a movie that she had done with herself and Harriet, I think. And Dr. Christine's name was Luna. Then we were on the call with Kim yesterday. We were telling her about all these synchronicities, and then she looked at us and said, well, I guess I don't want to tell you what my daughter's dog's name is. So needless to say, we sent the deposit, and we have a baby Pom coming to us in about 4 weeks. And no, we're not going to call it Luna because it is a boy. We'll have to meet him first to figure out a name, but either way, Luna, definitely the moon or universe was definitely telling us to get this dog. So we listened.
Yeah, well, I mean, to Shelly's point, like she said, 3 dogs named Luna came up in the last couple of days. And then, and literally, like after we talked about that, she on the break, she watched that video where Christine's name as an actress was Luna in the movie she made that she had told us about yesterday. But on top of that, the 5th one was that we had which guest was it we were talking to when it happened? Trying to think here. It was Kim Wilkinson. So Kim Wilkinson was on with us, and she said the universe is really trying to tell you to get a dog, and it's not going to stop until you get one. So what's interesting is after we got off the call, Shelly's like, well, we've got to make a decision. What are we going to do? Should we get the dog? And as she was asking me that, Kim Wilkinson messaged and said, great call. And by the way, you got to get the dog. Get the dog. And so it was almost like Kim was acting as the universe for the 5th time saying, get the dog. So yesterday we sent the deposit on the dog because, of course, the dog's too young to pick up right now. But we are officially getting a dog. I think Shelly's going to show the picture of it. I don't know if you guys can see that, the puppy. Oh, yeah, you go higher.
You can see my thingy.
Yeah, there's a ring as well. So that's the puppy that we're going to get. I think so. Yeah, I can. Yeah. So we're excited. I don't know how. It's funny because Sebastian, our oldest son, is kind of scared of dogs. I don't think he will be with a puppy, but he doesn't seem as excited as most kids would be at that age. But I feel he will be. And then our youngest son keeps saying puppy all the time now. So we have a neighbor dog, so he keeps saying puppy. So I think he'll be happy. But yeah, so thank you, Luna, whoever you are, the original Root Luna, as the universal message to tell us that we need to listen and get said dog. So awesome. And I'm going to check on our guests if you want to keep. Oh, there, I think I see her in the comments. So I want to make sure she knows or has the link. Let's just see here. So you can share anything you want, Shelly, if there's something you want to.
I'm just gonna, I guess, it's a beautiful day here. We're located on Prince Edward Island, Canada, for anybody who doesn't know where we are based out of. And I'm just gonna say how much I love spring. It is my favorite season. And that popped into my head because there again, I'll give a shout out to Dr. Christine. I signed up yesterday at the end of the day. I went to everybody's sites and signed up for the free stuff and messaged them and stuff. And anyway, she has a gratitude journal. And so I was just skimming through it quickly. And one of the questions was, what is your favorite season? So spring is my favorite season for sure. I definitely get the blues through the winter months. I'm chronic depressive, and so that gets worse in the winter months. So spring is just, I just feel my heart open. I feel my soul open. Every spring I read Four Agreements again, which I have to find my copy. We have numerous copies around here because we give them out for free to people if they need a copy, if we see them at Value Village. But every time I read it, I get something new from it. And yeah, it's just something about the leaves coming out, the grass turning green, the kids can play outside again. For us with young kids in the morning, as soon as we get up, can we go outside? Can we go outside? And then when we get home, it's, can we go outside? Can we go outside? Can we go outside? So we were outside yesterday in the morning, and then we got home from work, and then I took them outside for a bit. Then we had supper, and then we went to the park and went for a walk. And, in the winter, we're inside so much. So yeah, it's just something about spring and flowers and blooming. And I don't know, I just feel that spring is like a transformation, right? It's almost like transforming out of the bud and blooming and flourishing. And so for me, it's like not even January is really kind of when I set my goals and everything else. It almost feels like I set them, but it doesn't really, for me, it's almost like May, June is like my year, May, June to May, June. Because then that's kind of when I evaluate and make new goals for the rest of the year. So that's kind of my new year, I guess. I create my own.
Amazing. Well, I'm gonna bring Michelle on because I know she's backstage now. I will say, excuse me, as we bring Michelle on, one thing I'll add, Shelly, is that somebody commented and said use blue and red light therapy. I think that means for the depression. And then somebody said pinch a tent in the backyard. Kids love it. Ground for it, and we have done that. And we will be doing that again soon, but it's really not warm enough right now for them to be out in the tent, but soon. So Michelle Hurlburt, so excited to have you here today. I believe are you in Nova Scotia today?
I'm in Halifax today. I'm from Yarmouth, but I'm spending a couple of days in the city, so happy to be here. It's beautiful out.
I only asked that because it's like the East Coast morning because you're on right now, and then our next guest is Darlene Waye, who's a hypnotist from PEI, and awesome. Even on top of that today, we have Tina Mundy later on today, who's from he lives in PEI as well. So this is really rare. We have like, including us, we have what's that, five East Coasters out of like 10 total people, or less than 10. So that's pretty abnormal for us. So yay, very cool. East Coast represent. Yeah. So Michelle, so excited to have you here today. I recently interviewed you. I think the interview just maybe went live. But my question is, to kick things off, is in that interview I asked you to tell us a little bit about yourself, but wanted to do so again because I just think it's always a lot better for the guests to tell us about themselves than me to kind of try to go through a bio that, like I always say, that I'll probably mess up and then it doesn't feel authentic. So Michelle, can you tell us a little bit about your background for those that may be discovering you for the first time today?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. And thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Michelle Hurlburt. I am a professional personal coach for leaders. I've been in the education system for over about 20 years. Last March, I resigned from my position to go full-time in my business, which is 3D Life Inc. And over the last 15 years of those 20, I have been really focused on and concerned about how we show up as human beings in the work that we're doing. And, I worked as a social emotional learning coach for the last 5 years of my career, and to help teachers teach children how to problem solve, how to be more self-aware, how to manage themselves and be aware of others, so that they could have better relationships and develop leadership skills in the students. But what I was finding was that, and I can attest to this myself personally, because I changed roles a lot in my education career, because I was always looking for something. I always felt like there was something I was missing, or I wasn't doing what I needed to be doing. And it really ended up coming back to me and how I was leading myself, not necessarily the job. And so what I was finding in my work as an SEL coach was that, even adults don't have all of the skills that we were trying to teach the children. Just because we're a certain age doesn't mean that we have it all together, and that, we often go into work thinking that, okay, I know what my job description is. I need to do this, this, this. But we often forget about the human being as part of that work. And so it can lead to burnout. It can lead to more stress. And so having gone through that myself, the burnout and the stress and some depression, I just thought, okay, we need to do better. We need to be better. And in recognizing that we're still human in these roles, and that we can also learn some of these skills that will help support us in those roles, so that we can do and be better and have that ripple effect to down into our teams and into our students if it's in a school situation, or into like with customers and clients if it's in an organization.
Wow, that's amazing. So it's more the emotions, like, I mean, side of things, kind of like, is that fair to say? Like, how, like to deal with the situations?
Yeah. So when I work with clients, I'm working with I'm necessarily the expert in their job and what they're doing. I mean, if it's within the education realm, then I have a much bigger understanding. But I'm really working with the person themselves who's in that leadership role position. That they are taking care of themselves, but also that they're, working on how do you communicate with challenging team members? How do you inspire? How do you motivate? How do you show up on a day-to-day basis with the energy that you need in order to do the work that you're doing? Too often, people in leadership positions don't. It's like they don't remember that they're allowed to be human too. They're allowed to have those moments where they, you don't have to be perfect. You can be perfectly imperfect. But we push and push and push ourselves to show up as we think others expect us to, without taking care of the other side of us. Like I said, you can have that prescriptive role, those prescriptive things to do in your position, and you're maybe checking off the boxes and doing those things, but is your energy and is your well-being coming through in that? Are you being authentically you, or are you showing up the way that you think others want you to, or that they won't accept who you are truly? And when we can show up ourselves and set limits and challenge some mindset pieces or beliefs that we have around what we're supposed to be doing in that role, then it's much easier to bring the team together, communicate with them, get on the same page, stop micromanaging. So there's so much that can happen when we just remember that you're also human in that leadership position, and it's okay to be so. And in fact, teams are looking for that. They want people that they can approach. They want people that they can work with and feel like they're being seen and valued. So if the leader is feeling effective and valued and inspired themselves, then you will have, it's much easier to build and create and develop a team who also feels the same.
Mm-hmm. Well, a team and an environment, right? And an environment
Exactly,
where,
like that.
yeah.
The workplace culture, and more we're seeing, in the news and in the articles, like on LinkedIn and on Facebook and everywhere, Twitter. We're talking about the Great Resignation and employees advocating for themselves, and they want better. It's not enough to be a leader and just show up and do the things. It's really important that you're also showing up and valuing who is working with and for you, so that they can do their jobs and feel like they want to do their jobs, to have that effect and that provide that service to the customers or the clients or the students or whomever that it is that they're working with.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, and I just mean this from a perspective. I don't mean a good or bad amazing. I just mean, excuse me, rather fascinating to me that I'm seeing so many people, and I mean, when we hear of all that's going on, like with the education system and maybe the work that needs to be done, it's wild to me how many people are leaving the education system and striking out on their own. Like we had, I think, a person yesterday that had done the same. I had a person that I was talking to yesterday, separate from that, who had just done the same. And when we talk about education and the fact that we need more people in education, it is quite wild, Michelle, that we're seeing so many people go the opposite direction. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if,
And it comes back,
but
it comes back to, and from my own personal experience, it comes back to in education and I in my role, I knew that my work was valuable. I loved what I did. What I didn't love, and I think a lot of people are feeling very similarly, is that when you don't have a voice, or you don't feel that you have a voice to make the changes that would be beneficial. The education system and government systems, we could say this about healthcare too. It's a slow moving entity. It's a slow moving beast of a system that isn't catching up quickly enough to how the rest of society is moving. And so when you have good people in positions who do a great job, but yet don't feel that they're making a difference, and that's what we get into education for. That's what we want to do, is make a difference in people's lives. But when you feel that the system works against you, and is working against others in the system, but isn't listening, then sometimes you have to also do what's best for you. And I knew that in resigning from my position that I could do things in a way on my own terms that could be helpful to people in the education system, but also leaders in companies, leaders in organizations, business owners who are working with teams or staff, so that they can start shifting some of that mindset around, I can't change anything, I can't do anything. There's a lot of restrictions within education and within healthcare in terms of, don't say anything against your employer. So when you're told that, you want to make a difference, you're there for a specific reason to improve the lives of children and the lives, families, and communities and whatnot. But when you see something that isn't working and you speak up about it, it's very hush hush. It's behind the scenes. It's only with certain people, because if you say anything more broadly or more publicly, then you're speaking against your employer. Well, that's backwards, in my opinion. You want to be better. You want to be a better system. You want to be a better organization. Then you need to be open to feedback. And I'm reading Marshall Goldsmith's The Earned Life book right now, and he talks about feed forward. That you think about not just what's already happened, but where are we going? What are we working toward? And here's some feed forwardness that we can offer to help you do better, be better in what you're doing. So there's so much room for growth. It's big.
Well, and I feel like, I mean, in a lot of ways, what you just mentioned about the idea of, the difference that you can make, and it being at this point, you feel stronger in the work you're doing now. It's kind of, to me, it's almost like so many people say to people that they feel maybe have a big voice or great communicators, they say you should go into politics. And I've heard so many people say, in answer to that, you know what, I think I can make a bigger difference as an entrepreneur. And it's not, again, to say that there's a right or wrong in there, but there is, I think, an argument to be made that they could make a bigger difference as an entrepreneur than they could actually make in politics, in their case at least. And so why not go that route and make that change you want to make? And I hate to say it, but I mean, it's a term we get used to with government, but there's less red tape. There's less red tape to just go out as an entrepreneur and create change on your own. And, if we look at some of the entrepreneurs in the world that have grown to the higher levels and gave back, I would argue that they probably made as much of a difference, at least, as, some of the top politicians that have given back.
Yes, I agree 100%. 100%. And like you said, there's less red tape. There's not, you have more freedom to focus on your values and what you need to feel like you're inspired and you're being effective and valued in the work that you do when you're an entrepreneur. That's not to say that being an entrepreneur is easy, because it's not. But to your point about politics, I think politics, you're in kind of the same boat. I think people get into politics wanting to make a difference. They go in, maybe I'll be naive here, but most go into politics wanting to make a difference. But you get caught up in the cogs and the wheels again there, because there are people who are saying you need to do this, you can't say that, you have to show up here. Like, you're not independent as a politician. You're part of the party and you toe the party line. So it's still, kudos to people go into politics. I think it's great, but I think we often expect when people do go into politics that they're going to be able to, follow through on the platform that they campaign on. But you get caught up again in the cogs and the wheels, and you're stuck again. Your hands are tied. Yes. Yeah.
So do you think COVID, as far as people, like the employees voicing a change in the culture in the workplace, do you think it's been a positive, as far as, a lot of people working from home and away from the office environment, and now going back? Do you think that'll help create the environment changes that are required?
I like to think so. I like to think that, yes, it will make a difference. I know that some companies like Airbnb, they've gone completely remote, and they've raised employees' wages. There are some companies out there who are going with the trend, who are listening, and who are trying to make changes. And then there are other companies who are doing performative actions, where they're putting in wellness centers, or they're, saying, oh, you come into the office and you can, there's a meditation room. Well, to me, that's you're just checking off the box, unless you are making change in the hours and the way that they work within that company and within that office space. Because those places can be there, the wellness, the fitness centers, the meditation rooms. But if I still have to work the same amount of time, or I have to take my lunch hour to do those things, then what's the difference? It's there, but it's just a box check. Oh, look what we did. Yay. Pat on the back for us. So yeah, I think
we're going there, right? Like, if you go there to the meditation room, oh, Shelly's always hanging out in that meditation room,
yes.
15 minutes a day, right? But it's
right. Yeah.
But
so the work
that happens.
Yeah. So the workplace culture has to shift too. It can't just be the physical pieces. There actually has to be a mindset shift within how people are working and what their time is expected to be. I know that I've said in the past, if I was working in the office, I had to be in the office in the school board from 8:30 until 4:30 for the day.
Yeah.
But I knew that I could go to work at 8:30, but my best hours of work are in the morning and early afternoon. So if I work from 8:30 to 4:30, excuse me, by the time 3:00 comes, my brain is done. My productivity, my output, my productive, good quality output is, and I'm being generous with 3:00. So from 3 until 4:30, what am I doing there? I'm organizing shelves, or I'm doing something that doesn't require a lot of brain power. And so I think it's also a shift in how we look at work, in terms of hourly. Like, is it important how many hours I'm there? or is it more important that I'm producing and I'm putting out quality work, even if it only takes me 4 hours versus 8? So am I still getting, I'm getting paid because I'm hourly there, but yeah, there's a whole lot that goes into thinking about this, but I think there has to be a mind shift.
She was not productive till about 10, right? So,
Yeah.
if you wanted her there at 8, I mean, they're going to get 2 hours of her not getting a lot done, right? But if they had her come in at 10, work till 6, her productivity would probably go up by 20 or 30%,
right?
If not more, right?
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but it's almost like we have to move from the mentality of a factory worker to looking at people as individuals, right?
Yeah.
We're not like a bunch of cows who are walking to the water. We don't all take the same route, right? We might all need water and we have to produce something, but we don't all get there the same way.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. It's so true, because and again, I think it comes back to your point on we're individuals. We're not, it's not group think, it's not company group think anymore, or at least we need to be moving away from that, because what you need is maybe not what I need, and maybe isn't what they need. And so when we can start looking at the human being, the individual, what their goals are, what they want out of the work that they're doing, what is their plan moving forward? Do they want to be promoted at some point, or are they looking to build skills in your business or your company or organization to be able to move on, to become an entrepreneur, or what are their goals and dreams as well? And when we look at people as human beings and we value them for what they're doing, then it's much easier to maintain a healthy workplace environment. It's much easier to maintain better communication tracks. It's much easier to get everybody on the same page, even though they're individuals, to working toward the same company or organization or school vision. And as leaders, that's a really important part to remember, because we're told as leaders, get everybody on the same page, get everybody doing this, everybody needs to come together, you need to problem solve, you need to, there are so many expectations on leaders, and fine, rightfully so, but unless they're able to manage the human being side of themselves, which comes back to, I think, Shelley, you said earlier about emotions, managing stress, recognizing that there are things you can say no to, that there are people that, you're going to have more conversations with than maybe others, that you also have a life outside of work, that people need you and want you to show up for. How do you manage all of that and do it all, quote unquote, when you aren't taking the time to recognize, what do I need? We're told so much. Think about others. We're here. I'm a servant leader. I'm here for everybody else. But unless you're taking care of yourself and you're showing up for yourself as well, then how you show up for them is not going to be as, I won't say as productive. It could be, but it's not going to be as human, as transformational for the teams and for the work.
Well, it's kind of the price of fuel right now is kind of crazy. So it's almost like we internally, we have to preserve what we have in our tank, right? We have to be careful how we're using it, because it depletes so quickly, but it also costs so much to put it to refill it, right?
Yeah. And it's like being on an airplane. You get on an airplane and they tell you if the oxygen masks fall, put your own on first. And too many leaders aren't doing that for themselves. And they're trying to take care of everybody else. And I commend them. I think they're doing the best that they can. but there are better ways. There are ways to do it and show up and still be that person, and feel like you're doing and being better in that work.
Awesome.
So Michelle, I have, I'll add one thing to that, and then I want to ask you how we can learn more. There's never enough time for these, but I know our next guest is backstage too, so I want to bring her on as soon as possible. But I do want to ask you how we can learn more. But just to add on to what you said about the oxygen mask, and Shelley will know exactly when I say her name, knows where I'm going with this. But Lisa Nichols, one of the things that I love that she talks about, I did an interview with her and we talked about, how people say, don't pour from your glass until it's full. Well, I love what Lisa says, which in contrast to that, I think Lisa's really good at taking an idea that we normally have and then just switching it enough that it gives you a totally different perspective on it. So what she says is you shouldn't be giving from your cup when it's full, because then your cup won't be full anymore. So in other words, if your cup's empty and mine's full, and I give you half of my cup, now I'm half full and you're half full, and we're both still depleted to some degree. What she says is you actually should have a saucer that you place under the cup. And this is, of course, a metaphor, but you should be waiting until it's overflowing to the saucer, and you should be giving up that overflow. Yeah. And so I love that idea because it takes it and makes us think about it. Because again, so many people say, well, just wait till your cup's full to give from it. But again, if you think about it, if you have 100% and your cup's now full at 100% and you give away 20, where are you at? Like, why do you want to be at 80? Because then you're still not good for the people you're helping. So I just wanted to put a different perspective on that. And by the way, I think that completely aligns with the oxygen side, because you're giving basically to yourself overflowing. Because once you have your oxygen on, it's overflowing because it's like you normally would have today. Now you can put somebody else's oxygen on and help them to get to the point where they're overflowing. Exactly. So I just wanted to add that little twist to that.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great thing. And we often think that doing so is selfish. Taking care of yourselves first is selfish. And I completely disagree. I think in order to take care of yourself first so that you can take care of others in the ways that they need you to.
100%. Yeah.
So,
Michelle, and I mean, by the way, we'll call it a to be continued. That's a great conversation point for a future one to talk about how, especially, I mean, I never try to, I like to try to stay away from generalizing and saying this group, but I feel that mothers struggle with that a lot and females struggle with that a lot, that you almost feel guilty if you're not giving all of you plus some. And then we hear so many mothers that struggle with taking time for themselves, going for a spa day or whatever. It's like, oh my God, I feel guilty if I go give up a whole day. I could have been doing this for the kids or whatever. But to your point, I think if we give that to ourselves and fill ourselves up, we're actually there even more for our kids, perhaps.
Yes.
I mean, I think it goes.
And that could be a whole other conversation. You're right.
So, Michelle, like I said, we'll call it to be continued. And by the way, if people want to hear more of our conversation, like I said, our episode, I'm going to double check, but our episode, I think, is up on the Let's Do Influencing show now. And it'll be going up soon on the other podcast as well, the Blue Talks one. But Michelle Hurlburt, this has been an absolute pleasure. Of course, as I mentioned, I wanted to ask you before we let you run, how can people connect with you if they want to learn more about the work you do, who you are, all that kind of stuff? Where would you normally send them?
I'll send you to my website, 3dlifeinc.com. That's you can find me there. You can connect with me there as well. I'm on social media also, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. But the website's probably the easiest to go and find out more.
Amazing. And I will say, Michelle, I just went and grabbed the link to confirm that. I don't know if I posted in here in the comments. I'm not sure if people can click right on the link. I'm hoping they can. But it's actually your podcast episode. I'm going to go and drop it right in the link as well, in case, outside of the StreamYard. And that way, if people want to learn more about you for later, they can go and listen to your actual episode of the podcast where we dive in a lot deeper to other stuff as well.
Terrific. Awesome. Thanks so much. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Michelle. Always a pleasure. Thanks so much. Until next time.
Take care. Bye.
Very cool. Thank you. I'm going to bring our next guest on right away, so we jump right in and maximize her time as well. So Darlene Waye, so excited to have you here today. Darlene, you know Shelley, of course. And so really, Darlene, you probably heard earlier, but what we want guests to do is just maybe to take a minute or two to introduce themselves for those that may be discovering them for the first time. So Darlene, can you tell us a little bit about who Darlene Waye is?
Sure. Well, I live in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and I am a life coach, hypnotist. I help people use the power of their own minds to change their lives in many different ways, be it addiction, fears, phobias, really any way that you want to change your life. I can help you do that. And really all that I'm doing is teaching you how to use the power of your own mind. Who else am I? I'm the mother of 3, stepmother of 1, grandmother of, I think it's 9 now. So yeah, it's a busy life.
Yeah, it's like, wow. So Darlene, there's, so many directions I'd love to go from here. One of them is your recent Blue Talk, which is going to be coming out soon. And hopefully you saw my message about Shelley's offer to make some changes for you. So your Blue Talk is going to be coming out very soon. Can you, I don't usually ask guests this, but since you were at Blue Talks Toronto recently, can you tell people a bit about what your message was when you shared your Blue Talk, just for those that haven't seen it, and it's a little teaser for when it's coming out?
What was my message? My message was, I guess, how I use the power of my own mind to change my life, I guess, along the way, I guess would really be what the main gist of that is, and how I continue to do that, because really life is changing around us all the time. And there has been many changes in the last couple of years because of COVID and whatnot. So I had to reinvent myself in my business again, and am going more virtually now, which is something that really kind of terrified me at one point. But now I see the beauty in it, as I can see people from the comfort of their own beds. And there's not a more comfortable place in the world than your own bed.
That's right.
Right? So
hypnotize them.
Exactly. So really there was beauty in this change, and beauty in the change that I get to work from home now. I get up in the morning and, I can go water my flowers, then come in and work for a little bit, have lunch, do some laundry. Life is much more minimalist, and for me, much happier. I'm not on that hamster wheel of constant motion, and trying to get everything done. It's slowed down a lot, and I think progressed a lot too. It's been good.
A work-life balance.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I edit your video. So there is something that I remember, and it still sticks out to me. I remember it from when you spoke, and then I remember it from the editing. And I found it very profound. And it was what you told your daughter about the book you read. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was it you said to her?
Well, just that it's proof that anything can happen, because I'm published with presidents. So anytime that, she has doubts about what's going to happen, because my daughter is an actress. So she's always, doing audition tapes for different TV shows. And there's always a lot of wait and see in that, and disbelief if she's going to get it or she's not going to get it. Right. So I always tell her, I'm published with presidents. Anything can happen.
That's right. I love that. Yeah. Not a lot of people can say that.
No,
especially, I don't know if there's another Islander. Is there that could say that?
Well, Martin Root can. And there was another Copthorne McDonald. He was in the book also. So, but
okay.
he has passed. Yeah.
Not many.
Not many. Sure. No.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Kel.
Okay.
I was just going to say, it's funny. I shared this yesterday, and I don't think Shelley was here when I shared it. I'm trying to remember if it was on this or if it was actually me on a call that I shared this. But for me, like, I think about when people say, what kind of inspired you? Like, I'm from the same island we're talking about here, and people say to me often, like, what inspired you to be able to do this, even living on a small island and growing up in a small island? What inspired you to be able to believe that you could achieve certain things? and things that maybe otherwise, like maybe I would have thought were impossible, like speaking at Harvard. You know, who would have thought when I was growing up that would be possible, especially with a vice principal telling me I'd never amount to anything, you know, so it would have been easy to say that's impossible. And I said, and I don't know, were you here when I said this, Shelley, about what was the real moment that I realized?
Mm-hmm.
So the real moment, and again, I said yesterday, it was within a week of this, so I wasn't sure if I said it on here, but the short version is I saw my grandfather building a fiberglass space shuttle on PEI, so you know what shuttle I mean, Darlene.
Yeah.
Building that when I was 7 years of age. And when I clued into the fact, and it was when I heard CBC News profile him and say, this carpenter with a grade 3 education and a bag of nails and a hammer built this fiberglass space shuttle. What else is possible? Or something like that. And that's what triggered it for me, is I was like, wow. So all my way through my life, I'm like, if he could do that, then I can do anything. Because by every right, he shouldn't have been able to do that. He didn't know a whole lot about blueprints. He didn't, like I say, he didn't have a lot of schooling. He didn't have carpentry schooling. He didn't know anything about fiberglass, and yet he somehow managed to build that space shuttle. And he also built similar things at the, what was it called? The other golf course? The golf course that's the miniature golf course in Cavendish. The one that has all the funky stuff, like the lobster in the front and stuff. Yeah. He built that as well. And some of the things, like he had to figure out how to build potatoes, try to say it right today, out of garbage bags. He figured out how to do this, and one of the holes has a whole bunch of potatoes, and he figured out how to do that. Yeah. So that was my moment of realizing anything's possible. Yeah. So you keep and hold on to that moment of you've written a book with presidents. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
I should have put that out there. So Darlene, hypnosis, like, let's talk about that for a second. I love what Shelley said. If now you can hypnotize people in their bed, so you don't even have to say be careful, you know, like
right, exactly.
But and obviously based on what you said about that, it works just as well, or it works well when you're virtual. But let me ask you, the other side of this is, what kind of brought you to hypnosis, and who do you see benefit the most from it?
Okay, what brought me to hypnosis was, I think it's 33 years ago this month, I stopped smoking cigarettes with hypnosis. And the day that happened, my then husband called me at work and he said, there's a hypnotist coming to town tonight and I'm going to go and stop smoking. And my first thought was, oh my, we are not going to live in the same house together if he stops and I don't. So I thought, well, I have to go. Like, I don't know if I can do it, but I guess I have to go and give it a try. So I remember going to work and getting my vacation pay to pay for it, because it was $150 to do that. And I didn't have $150 that day. So went and got my vacation pay and paid for the session. And I can honestly say it was the best $150 I've ever spent. And look at where it's led me, you know, years later, but it was years later that it did. So hypnosis worked for me that day. Like, I remember getting in my car the next day and looking around thinking, what the heck is missing here? And then my next thought was, it's the cigarettes. And my next thought was, but you don't smoke anymore. And it kind of continued on like that. Like, it was because cigarettes for me at that time, I had smoked for 17 years and cigarettes went with everything. It was a reward. It was a break. It was all those things that cigarettes are for smokers. So at that point in my life, I worked for Molly Maid in Ontario, and myself and another lady drove from home to home. And in between the houses, we smoked like bandits. How many can we get into us? Because we're going to be 2 hours in that house that we can't smoke. So nothing changed in her behavior. And it would have been so easy for me to say, Brenda, can I have a cigarette? Or, you know, and I didn't feel like I needed to or had to. And one day turned into the next. And 33 years later, I still don't smoke cigarettes. So it worked for me. And I guess I had many different careers after that. I moved back home to Prince Edward Island and I started the Mary Maids franchise, and I ran that for 5 years. Then I went back to school at the age of 40 and became a child and youth care worker and worked for Child and Family for 10 years. And was at a meeting one day, and the gentleman that was facilitating the meeting, he was just setting up and I was just chatting with him. And he said, oh, I just became a hypnotist. And it was like, a hypnotist? You can become a hypnotist? How do you do that? Where do you do that? So I went home and researched where I would go, and I decided that I would go to Toronto and train under Dr. Georgina Cannon, which she is famous for past life regressioning, and Google her. It'll tell you who I trained under because she was a great instructor. And I really feel like she believed in me at that point. And I knew after my first course that that was it. I was hooked. And I knew that I was going to start a business doing it. I really didn't know what it was going to look like. So I had to manifest it along the way. And I did create a great business. And here I am 13 years later. And it's transitioned a lot along the way, but doesn't everything, right?
Well, and you know what I love about that, Darlene? It relates back again to when we do these events, I always see common themes come up, which I love. But we talked about this yesterday. What you're talking about here about, I went into this and didn't even want to at first, but went to this hypnotist, had this experience. And then one thing you said, and you just said it quickly and then moved on, but I want to come back to it, is, and look where it led to today. Mm-hmm. And we were talking yesterday about this, about how Shelley, referenced the Garth Brooks song, Unanswered Prayers. Mm-hmm. Like that song about the idea of thank God for unanswered prayers. Like the things that we think we really want, sometimes the universe lets us know it's not the right answer. And so in your case, you didn't want to go, you ended up going, and it was because somebody else was going, and you ended up going. And then who could have told that it would ultimately lead to you helping other people in the same way? But just like it's hard to believe when you think about it, imagine if you fought the universe on that and said, I'm not going. Your whole life will be different today.
Yes.
And so it's amazing to me how, like, it really, at the end of the day, the universe always seems to know best. Like, you could argue it, and here's the thing. It's like the sliding doors thing I talked about the other day, that movie. But really, Darlene, you could have two different lives. You could have said, no, I'm not going. Or you could say, yes, I'm going. And how many people say, no, I'm not going, and then continue to complain that life never gives me what I want? Yeah. But yet you took a chance, went without knowing that life was going to serve you exactly what you needed. So I love that story, because to me, that's what it says to me.
Well, I do try to say yes to a lot of things, Cory. And you know that this in your books and the talks and everything, like, even if it scares me half to death, I know that it's right to say yes, because it's good to be scared a little bit when you're doing these things.
Yeah, there's Shonda Rhimes, is that her name? The director? I think it's her that has the book of yes, or the year of yes.
Yes.
And the idea of saying yes for a year, and it transformed her life.
Yeah.
And again, imagine if she would have said no to some of those things. I mean, it's easy. It's I think factual to say her life would be a totally different life.
Yeah.
If she had said no all year.
And I think
exactly.
Part of it is because she knew she needed to say yes to her children more to play. Like her kids, when she get home from work, they were asking her to play, and she would say, in just a minute, or after 10 minutes, or when I finish this. And I think that's how the whole book, the whole year of yes started, was just from that, realizing that. And how about you had, last time we spoke about, you had talked about a podcast?
It's still in the planning phase, but yes, it is. It is going to take place this year, and hopefully within the next couple of months. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be called Way Too Much. Mm-hmm. And that is in honor of myself, who is the Way, W-A-Y-E, and my best friend, Jude Much, who was the Much. Mm-hmm. And my best friend passed away in January, and it was always we had this dream of doing this podcast together and talking about many different things, and probably in the ways that other people think that we were probably way too much too, right? Yeah. And that's okay. I've enjoyed this life, and I'm at this stage, and it's been a great life. Has it been always easy? Nope. Not at all. But I've risen to the challenges, and it's been a very wonderful life. Like, I sit here and I feel so blessed that I am here in my own home, that I took the chance myself in buying after my first divorce, like many people wouldn't have done that. And I had to even lie to the bank a little bit too, in order to make it happen. I know, but here I am sitting 23 years later in my own home, and it's all been good. The challenges have been good. and I think because I've been challenged a lot in my life. I have 3 baby daddies. I have children from many different decades. My first daughter was born in the 70s, 1977. My son was born in 1986. And then my last daughter was born in 2001. So I've had 45 years of active parenting. My daughter still lives with me. So many people don't get to say that either. But you know what? I get to hang out with my best friends every day. And how blessed am I to have that? Like, it's wonderful. I can't imagine my life without my last daughter. I would feel much older because I'm pretty hip.
Yeah, you are. You are. She is too. Every time I see a picture of her, I think she has her hair color is it's different. It's
That's
either
right.
or blue or blonde, or it seems like it's always changing colors. So,
Yeah.
but I was like that when I was that age too. So
It's fun. It's fun.
it is definitely fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, I mean, I guess I don't know if this is a fair statement to make or not, but I almost feel like people who've been challenged a lot in life, or hit with different challenges, I almost feel like it's easier to step outside that comfort zone, right? Because they've had to work through something before.
Yeah.
So it's almost easier to transition and step out and give it a shot or give it a try. But that's almost where we find those unanswered prayers, as Cory always says, is, stepping outside of that comfort zone. Like you could have heard that guy say, "Oh, I became a hypnotist today," and just walked, and oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Or you could have been in the bathroom and never heard him.
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. So, but for somebody to hear that and kind of go, "Hey, that's pretty cool."
Yeah.
And then go home and do the research and like take all those steps, right? I mean, it takes a lot of courage to also do all those things.
Courage, yes, but do you know what? It gets to the point where I just can't not do it too, right? Like it's just like an itch that has to be scratched, sort of thing. I can't stay in that space any longer, so I have to move over here, sort of thing.
Yeah, one of the things that what Shelley's talking about too, about it gets easier. I feel like I like to visualize your circle of comfort. I talked about this in one of my TEDx talks, and it's like a circle. And what I do is I always say, okay, what's inside that circle and what's outside that circle? Well, what was outside that circle when I started is way in the circle now. But what I found is that every time I take a step outside, it expands the circle and expands and expands. And so eventually it's this big or whatever. And so this is where it comes to me, is then you have the points of reference, I call them. So you can look back and say, hey, I didn't die. I took all these steps inside my comfort circle and comfort zone, and they delivered amazing things to my life. Now it's almost like you said, it's almost like I'd be foolish not to take the step because look at all the good that's happened from taking the step. So to Shelley's point, I think in all ways of life, having points of reference helps. So it's like whenever we think we have our first event that's devastating, we think this is the end of the world. Why was this done to me? But after we have more of those moments and survive them, then all of a sudden, I think it's easier to have those points of reference and saying, I survived, or good things came from this. We had a speaker on yesterday, and she said it was her blessing. The worst thing that happened to her turned out to be a blessing. And I'm telling you, in the circumstance she had, it would be hard to see that. But she's one of those chosen few that said, this dark night of the soul, as I said yesterday, delivered me a blessing. So now anything else that happens in her life, she's probably going to be able to see that this is going to probably deliver some blessing. And it makes it easier, I think, to walk that path and step outside your comfort zone. That's just my take on sort of what you were saying, Shelley.
I agree. And I do agree that, when things are so bad, like I remember my first divorce, and I really didn't think that I was going to make it through that. Like I really wanted to die. One night, almost did, and decided not to at the last minute, and really grew from that experience. And now I can help other people going through those challenges too, and like being at that spot where you want to end your life and you know that it could be, it just makes everything after that a little bit better, I think.
Well, I don't know if you have read it, Darlene, and I know, well, I shouldn't say I know, but I'm pretty confident from our conversation. Shelley hasn't read it, but there's a book called Man's Search for Meaning by Dr. Viktor Frankl. And it was about when he was in the interrogation chambers and all the stuff that he went through. And, the first third of that book, when you're reading it, you're like, how does anybody survive this? And the idea is that when you have meaning, like you have something like he had a meaning, he wanted to come home. And so when you have meaning, almost like when you have a strong enough why, you'll figure it anyhow, or you'll endure anyhow. But what's wild about it to this point is, how could you ever, so this is me, like one side, you could look on the outside and say, how could you ever find a blessing in that? Like he was tortured, he was, kept from eating food for days, like all this stuff. How could you ever see that as a blessing? However, if you reframe that and look and say, how many people have not committed suicide or uplifted their life from reading his words, from what he went through? So all the things he lost, because he lost his family, he lost everything. He even said in writings that it was a blessing because it allowed him to impact other lives.
Yeah.
So my point is, that's almost like, that's one of the worst things to ever endure. And yet still he found a positive or a blessing in that. So it doesn't mean you can in anything.
Yeah. My blessing in all that really is that I know my own strength now. And I know that I can get through these tough things. I had kids to feed. I had to go do something, right? So during that time, and I often think back to when I was hired to run the Mary Maids franchise and to start to build that business, because I was not in a good place mentally. And if I think back, I think this man that was interviewing me to run this business for him, if he could have seen what was inside me, he would have ran like hell. Because I really was not in my high point. But that business really, operating that business and building that business for 5 years, it was something that I poured myself into, and feeding my children and looking after my children, creating a home for them. That was what kept me going. And I wouldn't trade that experience now. I really wouldn't, because when I look back, I think if I had stayed in that marriage, I probably wouldn't have done much. But it was the hard things that made me move forward. And I look at that business now, they're on University Avenue in Charlottetown now. They're moving into a new building, and it's like, I think I started it in the early 90s. So we're 30 years later and that business is still running. And I can still say that was my business, So it's kind of nice to see that too, right?
Well, it's amazing. I'll tell you one of the things that you said there as well that I'd like to just touch on is the idea of, you were busy with your kids and raising your kids and taking care of them. And, I will say, going back to that point about having a purpose or a meaning, as Viktor Frankl might call it. I think back to like my great grandmother, and she raised, I think it's 12 kids. I think it's 12. I thought you were agreeing or not agreeing, but I think it's 12 kids she raised. My grandmother's sisters and brothers. I think there's 12 of them. And my great grandmother who raised them, she lost her husband like very early after all the kids, but very early on after them. So she had all these young kids. And I remember people saying, well, weren't you worried you weren't going to get by? And she said, I was too busy to worry. I was too busy like taking care of these kids and going to work and all this other stuff to worry about it. And, I only bring that up because not to say like, if you're busy, you're not going to have anxiety or worry, but just to say that when you have a purpose, which her purpose was raising those kids, she honestly was like, I don't have time to worry. Yeah. I just got to move forward and take care of these kids and serve this, like for her feeling purpose as their parent. And she had help. Like one of the benefits, I guess, back then, if you had that many kids, is you had the older ones could take care of the younger ones. Exactly. So, I wouldn't say she did it alone, but she had to go out and work and make money and, and then come home and watch and raise those kids at night. I mean, it was a 24/7 job, but again, she was too busy to worry.
Yeah.
So she, like to your point, she just had to make it through. She had to figure it away, and they did. And all those kids, ended up coming out and surviving and all, ended up doing well in their own life, for the most part, I would say. So, yeah. I just want to point that out because I remember a time when I was dealing with a lot of anxiety, and it's actually at the time I quit smoking. So maybe that was part of the anxiety because I just went from smoking to non-smoking. But I was running my first business, my newspaper. And I think the only thing that kept me from being depressed and having too much anxiety was the newspaper was too busy for me to think about that.
Yes.
I found something to fill the gap because I was passionate about it, and I was just too busy doing that. So I just didn't want to gloss over that, because I think sometimes we forget, if you have a strong why, which could be the purpose, and it keeps you doing what you love doing every day, then that sometimes helps you escape that worry that plagues so many people.
Yeah. Well, feeding my children was a big purpose.
Mhm.
Have been a for a great deal of my child rearing years. So that had its perks in some ways, because I raised them the way I want to raise them and don't have to worry about what somebody else has to say about it. But also the challengings of, one income coming into the house. That makes a difference too, right? You always have to, prepare, and, there's always surprises along the way too. So.
Well, I would say, Darlene, too, based on me being raised by a single mother, I would say the other benefit, in addition to what you said about not having to worry about somebody else, trying to influence what you're doing, the other side is you end up closer to your kids.
Yeah.
Because they have one, so it's like, I find anyway, I mean, I'm closer to my mom, I'm certain, than if my father would have been in my life for, right up until I was an adult, like raising me in the same house. Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad or good thing, but I would have been probably maybe equally close to both, or, leaning towards one. But in this case, super close to my mom, because that was my rock my whole life. Mm-hmm. So yeah,
we're superheroes for sure. All of us women, whether single or married, or, really, it's a big load, and we carry it.
There's an Eleanor Roosevelt quote that I love, and it's a woman is like a tea bag. You never know how strong she is until she's in hot water.
Exactly. It's true, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Men are too. I mean, it's nothing against men. I mean, it could be way more men, right? But yeah, I think no one ever knows how strong they are as individuals until they're in the hot water, or they're going through a situation, right? Yeah. I mean, they could witness somebody going through the same situation and sit there and go, "Oh my God, I have no idea how they got through that."
Yeah.
And then, the same thing could happen to them, and then, and they have to push through it.
Yeah. And I've had so much life experience now too. I'm at a level 62. So I've lived through a lot. Mm-hmm. So I can relate to a lot of what my clients are going through too. And, for them to see that I survived and thrived is a big thing too, right?
I love that. Level 62, by the way.
You like level 62?
I just like the idea of the levels. I never heard that.
Level's good. Yeah.
I never heard that.
I'm level 45, and I feel like I've lived about 20 different lives or more.
I do too.
Well, and too with your kids, right? I mean, you probably feel like this was one life, this is another life, and this is another life. And that's just your kids. Don't even add the different jobs and the relationships. And
exactly.
Where you lived. I mean, some days I wake up and I'm thinking of a memory, and I'm like, was that really me? Like, did I watch that on TV?
Yeah.
And the other
as hard as changes are, like, I can't imagine my life without all these changes. Mm-hmm. Even though some of them were, what I might have termed bad right at the moment. Like, it's all moved me here, and it's all given me this rich life experience. Like, I often think, if I had stayed where I was, close to the farm, and not done anything, what a boring life that would have been. Like, really, I just can't imagine.
Well, I'll add one thing to this, and then Darlene will of course, we want to ask you how we can learn more and all that kind of stuff as well. But just to add one more thing to this conversation, when you mentioned that about levels and how long we've been here in multiple lives and that, one of the things that for me, I don't have that, and I'm not saying it's good or bad, but you hear all the time people say life goes by too fast and there's not enough time to do everything you want to do. And I would agree, life goes by fast. Like, it's, in the sense that as you get older, you're like, wow, is this already this month? It does go by that way fast, but I believe there's plenty of time. Just like Shelley knows this, I believe there's plenty of time in the day to do all the things you need to do. Doesn't mean it's easy. Doesn't mean you won't be condensing a lot, but there is plenty of time. I feel the same way about life. There's enough time to do all you want to do. And the reason I bring this up is because if you look at, so for me, I'm 47, and some people are like, oh, well, you've already achieved most of the best stuff or biggest stuff you're going to do. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Jack Canfield didn't release Chicken Soup for the Soul until he's 48. I'm already a year ahead of Jack. So everything I covered so far, if I start, next year, start accomplishing something new, I'm equal with what Jack did. And he had, arguably, maybe not even arguably, the most successful and best-selling short story non-fiction book series ever. Over half
compilation books too, right, Cory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But you're an abnormality. I just have to say that. Because you are a bit. I mean, it's like the intro. I was talking to Mitch about this. So I think, I can't remember exactly how it goes, but it's like, either this guy is 200 years old or he seems to be 200 years old because of how much he's accomplished. And I don't know. I think he has a British voice.
He is. Okay, it's David Ralph joined up dots, and he said that my next guess is either 400 years old or he somehow figured out how to condense multiple lifetimes into a shorter amount of time.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah.
I've enjoyed my multiple lifetimes in this life.
Me too.
All of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, so I guess Shelley's saying that, somehow I'm able to maybe do a lot more than some other people can. But I guess my point of it is that Jack started at 48. Yeah. Mark started, I think Mark's a year older, 49. Louise Hay started Hay House in her 60s. So Darlene, you could start the equivalent of Hay House right now today, and you'd be equal to Louise Hay. Like you'd be the same. So what I'm saying is, I think sometimes people think, oh, I'm on the back nine now, so there's not enough time to do stuff. But again, Hay House, look how big Hay House got in the next, I think she lived to 80 something. So in 20 years, Hay House became as big as if she would have big as it could have been if she would have started at 20, and she got to witness it in the what we might call the latter years of your life. So I guess my point of that is that for anybody listening, that thinking, well, I can't really achieve this because there's not enough time. Again, think about the people. George Foreman won the world heavyweight title at 49, becoming the oldest boxing champion of all time. Yeah. Colonel Sanders, what was he, 65 when he launched KFC? So I just want to put it out there that you're never too old, and there's never a shortage of time. I mean, we never know how.
Unless you think there is.
That's the key thing, and that's what I'm trying to drive home. Unless you think there is. So I just wanted to put that out there. Darlene, is there anything you wanted to add before we ask you, of course, just how we can learn more, how people can connect with you or work with you? And I'll add myself, this is a to be continued because I know we'll have another conversation again in the future. But is there anything else you want to add that we didn't cover, or any direction you want to go before you tell us, I guess we can even say, how we can learn more?
No, I think I'm good with what we covered today, Cory. How you can learn more is my website is www.atlantichypnosiscenter.com, and you can reach me through that. And I can see clients virtually now from wherever. So that is really a bonus. And you can do it from the comfort of your own bed, which is even better.
That was going to be my last question.
Yeah. And you can connect with me on Facebook, Darlene Waye, or Atlantic Hypnosis Center. And on Instagram, it's Hypnodar. So
I love it. And so this is the correct one, right, Darlene?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I just like to put it on the screen whenever I can. And it's also now in the comments for everybody to check it out. So Darlene Waye, this has been an absolute pleasure. I can't wait to have you in an upcoming book as well, to get your Blue Talk out to the world. You still have so much Blue Talk stuff still happening in the near future. So yes. Thank you so much for being such a great part of this community, a great part of my life, great part of Shelley's life. And thank you for joining us today and being so gracious as well.
Thank you, Cory and Shelley. Nice seeing you again. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Darlene. See you later. And so everybody else, we mentioned we're going to take a quick break. It's not going to be a long one, but going to take a quick break. Let me see if I can get the slide up again. There we go. We're going to take a quick break just for 20 minutes. So just till the top of the hour, which now it's 20 to 12 Eastern. So as you can see by this, we'll be back at 12 Eastern. And again, this is just so we can keep the same stream going all day. But also if you happen to come here right away, you'll still know that we are still running and you won't be thinking we're gone because the stream's gone. So again, we'll be back in 20 minutes, just taking a quick break. And we're coming back with another amazing guest. And then we have a break again, and then we have 2 more guests. So we'll see you guys in the very near future. Talk more soon. Thanks again for joining us. Hello, Deanna. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
I sure can. So we're still live. So we're back live. So Deanna Boyden, so excited to have you here today as our very next guest, and for you to get a chance to meet Shelly as well. Having said that, what we usually like to do to kick things off, Deanna, is to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves, because I feel that works better than me reading a bio or something of that nature. So just wondering if you can tell us just a little bit about who Deanna is before we really kick in and get to know you a little bit better.
That's awesome. And Cory, I'm so happy that you didn't ask me where I live first, because who I am is much easier. So I am a former business executive. I have experience in the airline and mortgage and cybersecurity training worlds, but real estate investing and financial feminism are my passion. And so we invest across Canada, in the US, and in the Caribbean, and have built up this portfolio that supports what we call the lifestyle by design. And so we currently live in 3 or 4 places, so you never really know where we're going to be. But this is exactly what my husband and I dreamt of from the time we were teenagers. Growing up in a small town in southern Alberta, we had this idea of owning homes in a few places and just tripping around to them, which has been wonderful. And now I get to fill my days working with entrepreneurs and real estate investors, bringing in my business background, my real estate investing, and my love of mentoring people to do what they want to do. And so it has been just a fantastic journey transitioning out of that corporate world, you know, the story of the woman who breaks the ceilings that she can, and then all of a sudden goes, hey, wait a minute, been there, done that. It's not as much fun anymore. There's a whole lot more fun stuff going over in this rose gold world. And so now I get to, you know, have these great events with women and wear a ball gown to work if I want, because I'm my own boss. Yeah, 2 thumbs up for that one, right?
And a crown if you want it.
A tiara and a glass of bubbles are, you know, you get to build the brand you want. When you step out to sort of fill your passion, you know, it's funny. I mean, there are all these expressions, you know, do what you love and you'll never work a day. I wake up in the morning now and I get to decide what I want to do, right? I have one of my coaching clients is ready to sort of level up. And I'm so excited because we get to jump in a room tomorrow and plan out what she wants to do and map it out and make it happen. So that is a little bit about me and what we're doing. But again, it's the lifestyle that we designed and then we executed to make this happen. And I think that's so important for everyone.
I love that. And it makes me think of Seth Godin has this great story about how he went to the beach one day and he was working for like 2 weeks, let's say. He went, and I forget where he was at, but somewhere in the Caribbean or something. And he was there working on his laptop in the morning because every day Seth Godin sends out a blog, like a 250 word or less blog. And so he was just sending out his blog for the day. So he might have, who knows, might have logged on and did an hour's worth of work. But he overheard this couple walking by him and they said, how sad is that he has to even work on his vacation? And his immediate reaction was, how sad is that they have to work all year to only do what they want to do for 2 weeks a year?
Absolutely.
And his quote out of that was, design a life you don't have to escape from.
Yes. And I love that one. I love that, right? We built our business so that we could run it from a laptop on the beach. Mm-hmm. Right. And what that has forced us to do as we were building this business with that end in mind is it made us be a little more mobile friendly, right? We understood. Now, don't get me wrong. I love a good whiteboard. I love a good bulletin board and some, inspirational quotes up there. But we had to learn how to do that so that we could work out of a Starbucks, a beach, one of our homes, a property. I mean, we might be, renovating or on the road and stop for a quick lunch and answer emails. So it really, I think if you start with that end in mind, knowing what you love to do, be open to possibilities. You just never know what beach you will land on and how often you'll get to be there. And it is so true when your life involves, here's a recent story. jumping on a catamaran with 40 other investors for a day to go snorkeling, and the conversations that you have with those people, right? We all know this, surround yourself with the people who you want to have these types of conversations with. I mean, the conversation is just different, right? There's a lot of talk about mindset, and making it all happen, how to do that, what you've learned, sharing of knowledge. It's a beautiful spot to be in if you can find that community and that network.
So it's so amazing that you say that as well, Deanna, because it makes me think, and again, some of these things Shelly knows because she's heard me talk about it before, so she'll know where I'm going probably when I say the name. But it's so interesting how when you mentioned about get around those people that can change your life, that can stimulate those great conversations. What's the quote? You are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. But it makes me think of somebody in our network, a guy named Demo Casanova. And Demo was a Grammy-winning producer. And I should say is, because he still does a little bit of producing, but he's a musician that, and producer that worked with everybody from Jay-Z to Beyonce to Michael Jackson to Madonna. He was partnered with Timbaland for years. But the interesting part with Demo is where everybody else, that's the end goal. He originally, that was, I think, probably the end goal. But what happened was he went to this bar one night and he said, I forget his wording on it, but it was like there was a room of just different people. They just seemed different. And he said he went in that room and he said the conversations were so different than anything else he'd ever had. They were really deep and heavy. And again, they were about this type of stuff. Like, have you ever heard of Esther Hicks? And he's like, what's an Esther Hicks? And they're like, it's a lady who channels. And it was just all this conversation that he never thought existed. And not immediately, but pretty quickly, he discovered Les Brown, and he went to one of Les Brown's events, and he said basically he pestered Les. He said this in interviews with us. He pestered Les all weekend to get Les to take him under his wing. And Les kept saying, no, I'm not looking to take a speaker under my wing. And he goes, well, you can either say yes now, or you can just let me pester you for 2 more days. But eventually you'll say yes. So eventually Les, he said, tried to basically turn him away by saying, it's going to be really expensive. And he said, how much? Tell me how much. And anyway, long story short, it was a lot. And he signed up and he worked with Les for a year. Then he worked with the late Bob Proctor, John DeMartini, and then Jack Canfield, each for a year. But the point of this story is all that started because of the fact that he got into a room with people that were different, that having different conversations than the ones he was used to. And the end result is he now does music 10% of the time, and he travels and speaks at events, and he's created, to your point, a totally different life because he surrounded himself with those 5 people he wasn't surrounding himself with before.
Yes. And he took that risk where he was probably in a room where he was pretty darn comfortable with the conversation. And it was probably a little uncomfortable to step out of that room and into another, right? And how often have we all had that where the experience is a little different? It's, we don't know if it's leveling up or leveling out. You never know where that will take you. And I think that is an important part of that story as well. You don't have to take massive, big steps out of your comfort zone or into something new. Try something a little bit different. Pay attention to it, be open. I've heard a great line about opportunity sometimes arrives on a whisper. And so it doesn't have to come and sort of hit you upside the head. It's not, Les coming to him and saying, come work for me. But there was a bit of a whisper there. And he thought, what's going on in this room? This could be fun. Let's go try that. And I know in my journey, I have found sometimes those lead me to very interesting places. And often if you're with the right people, you're going to go further faster. But you're also going to have a little more fun along the way. And that's really important as well. It's all about building for tomorrow, but living for today. Each day, don't put this off. This is not, I'll be happy when. This is, how do I want to spend my days? What do I want my life to look like 2 years, 5 years down the road? But in the meantime, what happens each day? That really matters to me. I think that, if it's not fun, don't do it. I mean, we all have to do unfun things sometimes, but, really you should be enjoying your journey if you're living it by your design.
Well, I'll add something to that because I just saw this the other day. But I will say too, with Demo, to your point, I know from talking to him, he was right at the height of his career as a producer. And so it was a hard decision, but he also, and not a lot of people could be brave enough to have this mindset. He said, but I can always go back. Like, in other words, if I have to make a living, I know that industry, I can always work my way in. Now, the risk is he'd have to start way lower and work his way back up. Because if you're working with all these big names and then you disappear for 3 years, they're probably not going to hire you as quickly. But my point is, he looked at it and said, what's the worst that can happen, and can I live with this? Because I talked with that yesterday, is Dale Carnegie in his friend's book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. He said, one of the best things you can do is figure out what's the worst that can happen, write it down and look at it and say, can I accept that? And if you can accept that, then do it, move forward. But I want to also add to your point, why not have fun along the way? I was on a forum the other day, and I saw somebody post this, and it was about, it was actually, so Shelly's going to laugh because I talked about this story yesterday, but about 2 wrestling girls that got fired, walked out on a wrestling event. And I won't go through all the details of that again, but I'll just say there was a comment somebody made and said, as they said something about not being friends at work or whatever. And the guy said, well, who goes to work to make friends and have fun? I go, my only friend at work is money and time. And I thought, again, not my place, but I thought, how sad is that? And my thinking is, you spend 50% of your time probably at work, at least. And your idea is that 50% of my life, I'm not going to be happy, make friends, have relationships, talk to anybody. I'll just have it in the other, probably 20% of your life, because you're sleeping a certain percentage.
Pretty small way to live, isn't it?
I just thought it was so sad. But the other side is, how common is that? The sadder part is, by the way, on his comment, I did notice this. He had like 10 likes. And this is a forum that maybe has hundreds of people. But even if it's 100 that day, 10% of the people liked that comment, meaning they agreed with it.
And those are the people who are putting away a little bit of money each week for that 1 week that they get on a beach each year.
Or that retirement that sadly, it's for some people never comes. They wait. We've seen people that, they turn 65, or maybe they don't even make it to 65, but they turn 65, and then now it's the time to live, and then they pass away a week later.
Yes. No, it's, for me,
that 1 week.
For me, my mother and her mother both passed away at 47. And then the sister, my mom's sister, got cancer at 47, and her daughter died just a couple months before her 40th birthday. There is no way that you should be living a life that is not fulfilling you every single day. That was sort of my legacy. So I have had the blessing of living with an expiry date. And that gave me the freedom to make some different decisions, right? Yes, I could have sat in that cubicle in my very comfortable job. I could have stayed, I left a mid-6-figure job in corporate America. That was fantastic, right? And to your point, I knew I could always go back, but I said, hell no, I'm not going back there, right? Because it wasn't fulfilling me anymore. And there isn't time to mess around with your life. It's, you get one big, beautiful life, make it the best you can be. If you're going to go to that concert, go sit in the front row and have a dance party, right? You can go sit up in the nosebleeds, quietly watching and being upset at the people in front of you standing up. Or you can go leave it all on the dance floor.
We're actually going to, in New York, we're going to the Phantom of the Opera. My first time going. I was going to say this month, but next month. And that, I said to Shelly, I didn't even blink. I don't know what row we got, but the closest we could get to the front, was it the front row? It's the front row, I think. But I'm only going to be at Phantom of the Opera once.
Right.
Tickets were double the price, but it wasn't like scalper market pricing, but they were double the price. But again, I'm going to forget what I spent on it, but I'm not going to forget that night.
Absolutely. What a great point, right? The whole idea of thinking about decisions, what are you going to look back? We don't look back at regrets for things we did, right? It's things that we didn't do. So good for you. I miss New York City. I hope you have so much fun. We actually just found my cassette from Phantom of the Opera. Cassette tape. I don't know if I have the ability to play it anywhere, but make sure you tune yourself back up on the music so that you can be mouthing along. They frown on you singing along, but
I think I have the record. I think I actually
you have the record.
I think so. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to check. But
and we have lots of record players to play it on. So
now, because we have a 4.5 and a 1.5-year-old, and somehow They didn't touch it, but somehow 2 record players broke on the same day. So I went and bought more record players.
More record players. I love that, Shelley. The plural.
So we have like the one right there.
Oh yeah, that's not including. So when I say more record players, I'm talking like the smaller ones you can put anywhere. But to Shelley's point, we have like 2 gramophones, working gramophones. We have a gramophone right there behind Shelley that's not working. That it only doesn't work because the needle's too heavy. And then we have what's the other? Not a gramophone, but there's another style.
That's the stand-up one.
Yeah, and a stand-up one. So we have probably like 9 record players or something. But I meant like the modern. Well, we like records though. Our kids love having dance parties. Probably what made me think of the record is they love, and we did dance parties on Friday nights. Yeah, they're always asking for songs. And they go, but I think they actually enjoy the record player more than any other way to play music. Because I play CDs in the kitchen. Like we have one of those things under the counter. I just put it up there because we have a few CDs handing around. I'm like, well, we might as well have something to play them. And then the TV, we play YouTube, of course. No joke though, Deanna. We put on the record player and it's like dance party central.
They like the crackle and pop and yeah. Oh, that's so fun. What a great legacy to leave your kids too with that, the whole idea of dance parties and celebrating, right? Just celebrating being together on a Friday night. That's fantastic. I love that. And that's the things that they'll remember, right? I always, as a working mom, I think we all worry about how much we mess our kids up while we're working and climbing the corporate ladder. And, even for me, to get them out camping for the weekend was so, stressful for me. And it's really interesting for me now that they're in their 20s to hear what they remember and what they cherish. Right. And it's those little things. It's our, Thursday night pizza in front of the TV watching Survivor on a blanket on the floor. They, that one specifically, they remember. They have a little army guy Christmas ornament that would go on the tree. And every day they'd have to go find it. We were that was our version of Elf on the Shelf.
Exactly.
But those are the things that they will remember. And, I think also as, people, career women, but also as entrepreneurs, where you sort of have to blur that line, where your work does impact the kids. It's amazing to see what they pick up and what they cherish, right? It's really important, I think, for them to see that and to celebrate that. My kids are now so proud of what we've done. And I think that's because they've seen the hard work, and they've learned that you can have fun while you're working as well. Don't get me wrong. They've loved, house hunting trips to Southern California or, heading off to look at properties in Europe. That's all been lots of fun, but it's about celebrating along the way for sure, regardless of what you do for a living.
Well, and I want to talk about how you built that. Oh, sorry, Shelley. I was going to talk about how you built that, but I wanted to add one more thing to what you just said, because I never told Shelley this. And it is kind of interesting what you just said there, Deanna, about being an entrepreneur and working where they can see you do the work and stuff. Well, our oldest son the other day just said to me, and again, I haven't told Shelley this either, but he said that was back in the olden days when you and mommy didn't go to work. So what it was is because I worked from home.
Yes.
And it was when he was very young. So Shelley was like not working and raising him. But he said you used to sit in that office, or no, he didn't say office, sit in that front area. But he said you didn't go to work, like you didn't work. And he said mommy didn't either. He said that was back in the days when you guys didn't work.
He's
so
5.
He's 5, but
yeah, he's almost 5 in the olden days.
But his mind though, like to think we weren't working because we were home with him.
Yes.
And he was going to school. So he said that's when you guys didn't work and I didn't have to go to school.
Oh, so it's about him having to leave and go to school.
Probably. But I just thought it was interesting how he viewed it, that I wasn't working, even though I was in an office doing the same stuff I do now, but it was a home office. And he thought daddy was home with me all the time, so he wasn't working. I just think that's kind of interesting.
It is funny. They're perceptions of things, right? I remember once my son wrote an essay about how his dad, who works for an airline, made sure that everybody got to see their grandmas and grandpas and all the food got to be where it needed. And his mom had a little white pass that opened doors. He thought that's what I did because all he saw was me looking for my access card every morning. Where's my swipe card? Where's my swipe card? And he just knew I went to a big building, and he literally thought that's all I did all day was open doors with that thing.
You're the door opener for everybody. Everybody.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's now I understand why people talk about like there's a lot of sacrifices with children, there's a lot of work, but those moments, to your point, that's what you'll remember. I you hear lots of parents say, "Oh, it was a lot of work," but now this is what I remember, or whatever. Like, but they don't. I don't think they remember physically the work involved in raising children as much as they remember the rewards of those little meaningful moments. So
Yeah.
I just want this was, I mean, I think this is an important conversation for parents who are also entrepreneurs, but
Yes.
I definitely want to make sure we talk about how you built this, because I mean, sure, there's other people that would love to build a life like this. Maybe that is their end goal as well. Can you maybe talk to us, Deanna, about how it started? Like, how did you get it? Like, Rafe, I'm just thinking from the very beginning, how do you build something that's become this? And I know it took a lot of years, but how did you start it?
Yeah, so we, sort of a typical story amongst real estate investors. We were accidental landlords. We were, two houses. We were building a house, and it was actually our banker who said, well, you can keep the house and rent it out, and you can still qualify. And we thought, oh, well, if we can do it, that's great. And I'll never forget him, pushing that paper across to sign for us, and him saying, well, congratulations, you're now $500,000 in debt between these two houses. And I maybe threw up in my mouth a little bit, right? At that time, that was, that was big. And so we were landlords. We ended up then a few years later leaving Calgary at the time where prices were going up so high in Calgary. So we moved to Montreal that had a very flat market at the time. And we thought, oh, shoot, if we want to move back there, we're going to be in trouble because we're not, our house price here isn't raising. So we ended up buying a little townhouse. So we we had a couple of rental properties along the way. And then we understood that we didn't know a lot about this. Sometimes you know what you don't know. And so we went and got some education. And, we took courses, we went and studied, we got mentors, coaches, and we shook hands and said, let's turn this into a business. We, like many people, we were always surfing MLS and looking at real estate. Anytime we would go on vacation, we'd have our nose pressed to the glass of those windows, with the flyers in them. We'd wander through open houses. And when I was 18 years old, my dad took me to Palm Springs, and I saw those lights on the palm trees, and I said, someday I'm going to live here. Now, we didn't know what was going to happen to the U.S. economy back in the aughts, and we were able to go down there and start our U.S. investing then when we were in a situation where here in Canada, we were doing okay. We had some equity in our home. We understood that we could access that to go and buy in the US. And that's what we did. That's how we slowly started to build. But the more education, the more proximity that we had with people who were doing bigger things, that was key. We didn't know what all we could do. We just didn't know it existed. I didn't know. For example, right now, we're developing a community of 200 homes in New Brunswick. How would I have ever known that I could do that, right? The only way I got to know that was by putting myself in that room where people were talking about that. And at first it was overwhelming, still sometimes overwhelming. But by learning about these bigger steps that were available, those steps became accessible to me. I worked hard. I maintained, you really have to maintain your integrity and your brand when you want to start partnering with people. And as entrepreneurs, sometimes partnerships are challenging, right? And that is a whole skill set in itself. But if you want to level up, we talk about being with these people, but sometimes partnering with them, working on a project with somebody who's bigger than you, and not getting as much. Maybe you go in on a deal with someone and you take a little bit less on that deal just to learn from them. So, when you see it, you can be it. And so you start to see these things going on and you realize, hey, if they can do it, I can learn that. So I think that, knowledge empowers. We know that. It's a matter of getting that knowledge and of finding the people who will help you, whether that is mentors, coaches, peers, the people that you look up to, people who are already doing it will help you get there.
Well, one thing I want to ask you about, and then I want to give Shelley a chance to ask any questions she might have in this area as well. But And I will say too, one thing that popped in my head when you were saying that about once you see it, you can believe it because you're seeing it happen with other people. I don't know why it makes me think of this. And I actually used the kind of the inspiration from, it was actually, this was in Narnia, the movie. And also it was spoken by Jim Rohn, the great business philosopher.
Yeah.
And he used these 4 whys, which is, I built the first part of my book, the Book of Why, asking these 4, like I didn't take the same context, but I basically just answered those 4 questions. So Jim Rohn said, why not? Why not me? Why not me now?
Now.
And so basically, he basically what he was trying to say is you need to figure out that it can only be you that does this right now because you're the only you that exists. But I love that premise. So again, I took that premise and built around the why around that. But what I'm curious about, like whenever I go in that direction, I love that you surrounded yourself with the right people and saw what they were doing, and it made you realize why. And this is why I was get to why not you, why not now? But my other question is when you talked about those first couple of homes, I'm just more curious because this is where I think some people listening would be wondering too. What were you, I guess, at the time, what were you and your husband doing career-wise that allowed you to leverage, like to do that, to carry those 2 homes? Because that's obviously early on, a lot of people like, I'd love to do this, but how can I afford to make sure I keep making the payments on those homes? Now, I know you mentioned one of those 2 homes, you had a renter. So I understand that was offsetting that. And of course, you could have lost the renter and that could have added a new challenge. But I'm just curious, if you don't mind sharing, what you were doing at the time that allowed you to be able to do that, I guess.
Side hustles, right?
Oh, really? Yeah.
It is true, right? The average millionaire has 7 income streams. We didn't know that at the time. A lot of us are born this way, right? But we don't understand what we're doing. We just do it, right? In high school, in grade 12, I had 3 jobs, right? I worked, I would go at lunchtime and work in a restaurant. I worked in another restaurant in the evening, and I worked in the drugstore on weekends. I didn't realize that was hustle. I just knew, I wasn't playing basketball and volleyball anymore. I might as well be doing something with my time, right? So I think we had side hustles that we didn't even realize we were doing. So there was that. We, the Warren Buffett line, we lived below our means, right? We were very fortunate. We had 2 boys. They didn't play hockey. I will say, and they didn't want to play hockey. So we lived a fairly simple life. We were young parents as well, right? But we weren't spending a lot of money, and we were very thrifty. As airline employees, we learned to travel the world on a dime, right? So that really mattered. So we prioritized where our money was going. And I think we're probably driving the same cars. So you really have to think about what you want to build. One other thing that's so important on those whys, Cory, the one that has always been most important to me is the why not me now? Because as you talk to people who have created successful businesses or successful practices or successful, whatever it is, all of them say, when you ask them, what's your one wish? They all say, I wish I'd started sooner. Right now, we're not always ready sooner. Some of if these opportunities, maybe they did come to me and I didn't even see them. Right. So you have to be ready to hear something, right? You have to have that timing. But I think those first steps are critical, and it doesn't have to be pretty, right? Our first step in the US, I think we were down to credit cards at the end, to come up with that last bit of cash, because you had to pay cash for the whole thing, right? And so we were down to, we were doing whatever it took. And I just had an experience with a newer real estate investor who said, ooh, this is a lot of money. I don't know if I'm comfortable. And I said, you know what? It should be uncomfortable. Every single transaction should feel like you're reaching as far as you can, and then maybe a fingertip further, right? If you have the knowledge, if you've done your due diligence, that's a good place to be, right? But it should be a little bit harder. And I love talking to new investors about this. I could go on for hours because it's my passion, especially to see young people sort of get into this. Single women. I just love seeing, there's some women who are out there by themselves, just killing it, renovating, living in the houses that they're renovating, house hacking, which is where you buy the house and you live in it and you get a couple of roommates. One of my mentors is Scott McGilvery, and he famously lived in his basement suite for like 7 years while he was still buying all these other properties with renters upstairs. So it's a great path to take. You got to be willing to work hard and make those sacrifices and just prioritize your goals.
Amazing.
Is he one of the Property Brothers?
No, he started with income properties.
Okay.
He's another one of our, we're so blessed in Canada to have some incredible real estate gurus, right? So he jokingly, some people, they call him the third property brother because they're all these tall, good looking guys who are all, and they're wonderful people, right? And they just worked hard at this, and, they still do.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was one of my questions, is who your mentors have been. So Scott has been one, McGilvery, and who else? Who else?
Yeah. So we had early on, we met a couple who sort of said to us, "Hey, you can do this, fairly big." We have worked with some great partners on, projects that were sort of outside of what we were doing. So you find those people, and they're everyday people. It doesn't have to be, somebody famous to have proximity to. Now, on the, I believe in holistic coaching. So we've also had, we've been through some great programs. We've spent 6 figures on educating and training and coaching. That's a really important part of the journey. If you're going to move fast, right? You have to find those people who are doing what you want, and they might be right there in your city, in your market. They may be in another market, but go find them, start listening. There are some fantastic books. There are, podcasts, all of that information is available, but focus on 3 areas. This is what I focus on with my clients: mindset, the money, and the making it happen. You need to think about all 3 aspects as you build whatever your business may be.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just curious now, like a lot of people, of course, have that passion and drive in a certain area, but they still have to pay the bills. Right. So you still kind of got to work in corporate America. I'm just,
or Canada.
Yeah. Or Canada.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, like for the 2 of you and your husband, like how long did you guys kind of, explore this passion as well as working before you kind of just said, you know what, let's just make the transition over and make this our full time focus?
That is a great question, Shelley, because there are some people who want to stay in their jobs, i.e. my husband. He still works in his job and he won't give it up because he loves it. It doesn't sort of, impede anything that we're doing. There are some people who are in a job and they want to get out of it very quickly.
Yeah.
I was in a job where I had fantastic opportunities. I had some goals I wanted to achieve. I was finally, able to be doing some good in the world with what I was doing. And so we took a little longer. For people who want to create a full-time living out of this, I would say that the minimum is 2 years.
Okay.
And that's if they're starting with nothing. It's possible to get started in real estate investing specifically, and many other businesses, using other people's money. So working with people who perhaps have that full-time job, are interested in real estate, but don't have the time to renovate a house and look after tenants. And so you partner with those people and you share the profits, 50%, but they maybe hold the mortgage, put the down payment down. You do all of the work on that project. So you go find the house, you renovate the house, you find the tenants, you look after everything that needs to be looked after, but you're partners on that house, right? Or that, whatever that may be, or that building, or that development, depending on how big this, but I would say, anyone who is willing to take the steps that they need to, should be able to create a 6-figure income in 2 years.
And how do you usually hear about these? Like you're talking about in New Brunswick, the subdivision, like even where we are, I mean, there's new subdivisions going up all the time.
Yeah.
There's new apartment buildings. There's like, where does one who maybe wants to invest a bit of money into these, like, where would you hear about that?
It's really important to build your team, a power team around you. So specifically, you're going to want to start making connections with people who are already doing this. Then you need realtors. You need a good investor focused realtor. So somebody who works with real estate investors. And that is not your friend's mom. That is someone who works strictly with real estate investors and understands how to evaluate properties based on that, right? Completely different.
Probably who's investing themselves.
They're probably investing themselves. They're probably part of these same communities, right? We're on Facebook. You can find these groups. You can certainly, come to me. I'm happy to point you in different directions. You can go to communities or to companies like Keyspire, which we joined and became members, who do full-on education and take you from sort of 0 to 60. But if you're starting this, you need good investor-focused professionals around you. A realtor, a mortgage broker. A mortgage broker is really important because this is a game of chess with how you're going to continue to grow, right? Obviously, financing these properties is the biggest challenge that we face in Canada. That in order to take ugly buildings that are at low rents, make them, some of these places need to be fixed. Let's face it. We have some pretty, terrible products. A lot of us still want to focus on affordable housing projects. I'm involved right now in a project that is 6 units for women fleeing domestic violence. So we are knocking down an old house that is past its life. It was 3 units, but it is not safe. So knocking that down and building 6 units with rooftop gardens to get these children learning about their food. We have a nonprofit who is going to provide some wraparound services. So we still get to have that kind of fun with this as well. So you need a mortgage broker who's going to look 2 or 3 steps down the road with you. And then, if you're renovating, you obviously need a good renovator. Again, this is somebody who can come in and look at a kitchen and think it's not for you and your family to gather around. It's for, maybe 2 or 3 families over the next few years. So it's got to be a little sturdier, things like that. But you build those teams around you. And that's really important, especially if you're considering other markets from where you live, right? And for some people, buying a couple of rental properties in the town they live will be the perfect business, right? That will provide you with a great retirement. For others, they want to keep going. And both of those answers, by the way, are perfect, right? It's your lifestyle that you want to determine. Definitely. Others are interested in doing what we did, where we invest literally coast to coast in Canada.
Well, and Deanna, I want to, just before we bring things to a close, asking you how people can connect with you to learn more, somebody that might be interested in being coached by you or learning more about the work that you're doing. I will say, one of the other things when Shelley asked that question, it got me thinking about, timing being everything. And it is challenging. How do you time a market? Because it got me thinking about right now, what I've been hearing in the news. Again, I'm not sure if it's 100% the case, but what I've been hearing in the news is that in Canada, across the country, the market's slowing down a bit, real estate, but Alberta is just hit a big boom. Yeah. And I just said to Shelley, like literally 3 months ago, our friends bought a new place in Calgary, and they sold their other home and bought a new one, and the price difference was almost negligible. And they're in this gorgeous home that, I don't know, 5 years ago would have been probably 900,000 or something. And it's like half that right now. But I said to Shelley, like, this would, 3 months ago would have been a perfect time to buy in Alberta, even though we have a friend that's like, I got to get out of this place because nothing's selling. But I said, it has to come back around. And here we are 3 months later. And now they said this year, Alberta will provide the most amount of jobs in all of Canada.
Yes. Yeah. And we're leading in GDP growth. Yeah.
But timing is everything, right?
Well, so, our famous expression in real estate is it's not about timing the market, it's about time in the market. And what I will say is real estate cycles, right? You've got the climb up, the peak, down to the valley, and back up. They keep doing this. It's a yo-yo on an escalator, the real estate market in Canada, right? Up and down, but we're always going up. there are different strategies that you do in each of those markets. So as you learn more, you become a little bit more sophisticated in this. You understand what to do, right? When to be, when to be selling properties, when to be buying properties, when to be renovating, or, when you're at the very bottom of the market and there's not a lot going on, that's when you go build those relationships with the realtors and the mortgage brokers, and you do your planning and you sit with your accountant and you maybe look at other markets. So there's a lot of that going on. But to your point, Cory, yes, I spent last summer in Ontario, in GTA, and it was ridiculous, right? Houses weren't even coming on the market. We were looking for one to live in, right? And we couldn't even get one. And we said, how does, a waitress and the manager at Mr. Lube, who are married, how do they afford, $1.3 million for a starter home? Well, they move out to a different market, right? So there are different ways to do it. And I think, in Canada, of course, in the media, you see these awful headlines about all this stuff. Well, what do falling prices mean to a real estate investor? That's time to start shopping. Mm-hmm. Right? That's time to start planning. And we live in Calgary. We don't have a great portfolio here. We have never felt limited to investing here. But I'll tell you, we just picked up 2 properties, and one of them is a huge, beautiful building downtown. So it is the time to be investing in the Alberta market for sure, right? That doesn't mean that you shouldn't be buying. She doing the I told you so, Dan?
For 18 years.
Yes, you guys should absolutely own a little piece of Alberta. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, the price that my friend paid for her house is PEI, it wasn't that many years ago. You could buy a lot for $25,000, $40,000 waterfront. Right. And now the home that they just purchased in Calgary, we would pay the same amount for the exact same home here on the island.
Yes.
Prices are just ridiculous. Like we talk about all the time about, how does, a young couple starting out, how are they affording it? No, it's not Ontario or BC prices, but it's still, if you look at the average income coming in here on the island, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think, and I sort of hope that the days of the young couple listing their needs, they've maybe watched a little too much HGTV and they list their needs as stainless steel and double vanities and, 4 bedrooms and such. I think that's changing, right? And we're seeing more of this. Okay, let's look at a suited property. And maybe we live upstairs and we have a renter downstairs who pays a portion of our mortgage. I love that move. I love it even more if they'll live in the basement suite for a couple of years and collect the higher rent upstairs. But they build some equity and then they go do it again with another property, right? And I think as people start to use this as a great vehicle to create wealth, you're providing, we pride ourselves on providing clean and safe housing, right? We have student rentals that, we provide cleaners every month. There's somebody in there scrubbing that bathroom. Because, I raised university students. And by the way, we are always the first unit rented out because of that, because there's, some mom looking at those listings and realizing that, that's just something that we provide in there because that matters to us. Now, it also protects our investment, obviously, right? There's an adult in there, things are kept clean. So there are different ways to think about this. And as most of our life has changed through the pandemic, I think many of us are realizing that, we maybe we need more space. Maybe we don't need as much space. There are a lot of changes. Maybe we want to make our life easier so that we're not working a 9 to 5 until we're 65 years old. If you find me anyone under the age of 28 years old who thinks working for one company their whole life is the way to go, I think they're an anomaly, right? This generation is learning to be different. They're learning to be a little more mobile themselves as well. So this is a great way to combine your financial freedom with where you live, how you live, making it your own, and just taking control of your future.
Amazing.
Awesome. Well, Deanna, this has been an absolute pleasure. I feel like we could keep you here for 2 hours and we'd still be learning new stuff and still scratching the surface. So with your permission, I'll call it a to be continued. But just the last thing before we let you run is for people that want to connect further, like I said, or want to learn more about the work that you do, where would they reach you? How would they reach you? What's the normal process?
Yes, and I'd love to chat with people. My website is deannaboyden.com. And specifically for women who are interested in real estate investing, real-power.ca. So real stands for Real Estate's Awesome Ladies.
Oh,
So we
cool.
think that's kind of fun. Yeah. And I'm on Instagram at Deanna Boyden and also on Facebook. So I look forward to chatting with people through this community.
awesome.
Amazing. Well, Deanna, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you and all the great work you're doing. And like I said, to be continued. Until next time.
Yes, so fun to chat with you both together. That was really great as well. Thanks
Thank you,
so
Deanna.
much, Emily and
Such a
Cory.
pleasure. Thanks again.
All right, take care.
Awesome.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
And so everyone else, just wanted to let you know, as we mentioned, we're going to take another quick break. And then we have 2 final guests to finish out the day. So going to take a quick break for another roughly 10 minutes. So just a 10-minute break. And we'll be back at the top of the hour. And like I said, we have 2 more guests to finish out the day. So let me just get up the slide again so that people that are joining us know what's going on. And there we go.
Soon.
Yes, we'll be back, like I say, in just a little over 10 minutes with 2 more amazing guests. I think the first one's going to be, as I mentioned, a PEI or an Islander guest. So that'll be exciting as well. So we'll continue on with East Coast Represent Day. Talk to you guys, like I said, in less than 15 minutes. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, everybody. Hey, Tina.
Hey, Cory, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Awesome.
Very cool. So we're back, everybody, back from our little break, and Tina Mundy is with us now. Our guest, our second guest from PEI for the day, which again is, I think that's a Guinness Book of World Records for us to have two Islanders on the show the same day. So Tina Mundy, so excited to have you here. And Tina, where we usually start, which is a bit different than shows or other maybe platforms, is we like to get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves rather than me read some bio that I always mention. I'll probably mess up a name or something. So if you're okay with it, can you maybe just tell us a little bit about who Tina Mundy is and what you do for those that may be discovering you for the first time? And then, of course, we'll dive in a lot deeper anyway during the conversation.
Okay, sure thing. Like Cory said, my name is Tina Mundy. I live in beautiful Summerside, Prince Edward Island, God's country, right, Cory? I have a very varied background. I have had to reinvent myself time and time again. So I am a virtual human chameleon, for lack of a better word. I'm a mom of three amazing kids, a grandmother. I guess my latest stint would have been a politician. I was a cabinet minister in the McLaughlin government that formed a government in 2015 on Prince Edward Island. But then in 2019, as governments do, they change. And so I was forced to, again, reinvent myself. And so I guess I looked back on my years of experience and a lot of pain that had been in my life for many, many years. And when we, as women, when we usually come to a fork in a road, or we are facing a challenge, or having to reinvent ourselves, the first thing that we tend to do is like, I'm going to go on a diet and I'm going to get my body shredded and I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And having done that time and time again, I knew that wasn't an option this time. That was not going to make me happy. That was not going to make me a better person. And through that, I developed a program with my daughter called the Mundy Method. And the Mundy Method is a 360-degree comprehensive health and wellness and fitness program. There is the fitness aspect to it, but we delve into the person as a whole, more as a whole. So there's a huge mindset component to it. I went back to school, became a certified health and wellness coach, and here I am today.
Amazing. Well, there's honestly so many directions we could go from there. And I always say to unpack, there's like so much to unpack there. But, Tina, first and foremost, I guess one of the things we talked about recently, and I really love this approach, is you talked about health and wellness being about the full, like your goal was to talk about the full realm of health and wellness, not just I'm going to get in shape to have this body for the summer or whatever that looks like, or somebody that's just focusing on, okay, I'm just going to exercise, but I'm not going to eat well, or I'm going to exercise and eat well, but I'm not going to worry about my family and all the other stuff that affects that, or sleep or whatever. So the Mundy Method, if I remember correctly, is more, I think it's like we could say a 360-degree approach to health and wellness. So can you, I guess, tell us a little bit more about that, but also what sort of, I guess, made you want to go in that direction versus, again, the traditional we see on the magazine rack, do this week and then next week do that?
Yeah. Well, you know what, Cory, diet culture is so pervasive in our, in society today. And we are bombarded, it's a $72 billion industry, and we are bombarded daily in everything we do. We can't pick up a magazine or, scroll Facebook without seeing it. And what it tells us is that we need to fit into a thin body. Okay. And we will be happy. That is going to bring us happiness. And it doesn't. If anything, it hurts us and it damages us. For so many years, I was afraid to eat. Food should be celebrated. Food is something that, it sustains us. But I found myself starving myself because I felt I needed to fit into this this package that had been sold to me by this $72 billion industry. So we often equate happiness to being in a thin body. And if you're not thin, okay, then you're not happy. So that is the, like I said, that is the first thing that we usually go to when we're facing a challenge in our life, is to, number one, I'm going to starve myself. Number two, I'm going to exercise myself to death. I'm going to get thin. I'm going to rock this body, and I'm going to be happy. But if anything, it makes us miserable. And I know this because I lived it. I lived it over and over and over again. I paid thousands of dollars to, have my body transformed. I, took pills. I, went on crazy diets, and none of it made me happy. All it did was make me miserable. And it wasn't until, again, I was forced on my back, and I had to look up, and I said, I can't do this again. There needs to be something more. I need to start looking within myself. I need to start looking at what are the things that are going to make me happy. And they are sleep, it's proper nutrition, it's enjoying food. So what we did with the Mundy method is we said, okay, fitness, definitely, we have to move our body, because and find a joy in movement, not moving our body because we want to burn calories, moving our body because it produces endorphins that are going to make us feel good. So that needs to be, yes, fitness needs to be part of the package, but we also need the mindset. We also need to hydrate ourselves. We also need to learn about proper nutrition. We need to learn to prepare meals again and celebrate food as we should. So as my daughter and I sat down and started, kind of forming these pillars that we felt, we needed to become a whole person, we started reaching out to other professionals in other industries, because we only know what we know, right? But we wanted to make sure we could find professionals that we know and we trust, that we could bring to our community to help educate our community to becoming the best version of themselves. So we have partnered with a mental health counselor who comes in once a month, and she talks to our membership and our community about mindfulness, and teaches us breathing and all the things we need to do to relieve the stress and the anxiety that we might be feeling. We have a chef that comes in and helps us prepare a meal together once a month. So, we have 60 women. We have a small group right now, but we have 60 men and women who get together once a month, and we prepare a nutritious food, and we celebrate that food together, and we share stories about how food used to bring us pain, right? And we were afraid of food. We have a registered dietitian who comes in and teaches us about intuitive eating. We have an energy healer who comes in, and she teaches us emotional freedom techniques. So we tap away our stress and our anxiety and our grief. So we're as I said, a full 360-degree health, wellness, and fitness program. And we want to make sure that no woman out there, we started as an all women program, but we have men are hurting and they need healing too. And so we now have men in our program as well. So we are a group of like-minded men and women that are walking the same journey together, and we support one another and we cheer each other on, because that whole community aspect too is so very important. And if COVID taught us anything, is that we cannot live in isolation. We can't. We need human connection. And even if it is through a screen, you know what I mean? It's still human connection, and we can celebrate one another and walk that journey together.
I love this approach, Tina, and I'm going to let Shelly jump in with any questions she wants to ask as well. But I wanted to add that one of the things Shelly and I did for quite a while, and she got it from, she's very open about her journey in recovery. And so she went to a treatment center where she learned this thing called MEPS. And MEPS is MEPSS. So it's when you're doing, it's like an inventory. And what we got to get back to doing, but we were doing for quite a while, is we would do it with each other. So I would say, Cory, checking in. And then I would talk about those 5 things in MEPS. So one of them is mentally. How am I feeling mentally? How am I feeling emotionally? How am I feeling physically or doing physically? How am I socially? And how am I spiritually? And the reason I bring that up is because, to me, the reason something like that is so effective is because it takes in your whole being. Like you're talking about your spirituality. You're talking about your physical? Are you being physical this week and doing stuff? Social, like you said, are you being around people? And I feel like that's something we need to understand, that it's not just about one of those spokes. And I'll say spokes because the other thing it makes me think of is the Zig Ziglar brand. They have this thing called I think it's called the Wheel of Life. And they have like 7 spokes. And the idea is they want you, like, they get you on a piece of paper, draw out the wheel, and they want you to put where you are on each one of the spokes. And let's say 5 is the highest number. Let's say if you're at a perfect 5 on every one, you have a wheel that's perfect. It can drive. But if you're weak on any area, you have a wobbly wheel that's gone flat. And I love it because it's such a good visual for the fact that it's not just about being strong in one area of your life. It's about trying to be whole in all those areas. And so I say that just to echo that I love what you're doing, because I think so many, and we're talking like 90% so many of the programs out there are designed to help you get strong in one area. Like people specialize in only diet. I'm just going to help you with the nutrition. You don't have to ever do any exercise. Then you have somebody that says, I'm going to help you move your body, but I don't deal with the nutrition side. You'll have to figure that with somebody else. And I just find that that's a piecemeal way to do all that. And it's not effective. And I think most people, if let's say if I resonate with you, but you're only doing one of them, the 3 other people I'm with, I might not resonate, so I may not do the work. But yet if I resonate with you and your daughter and your philosophy, then I'm getting it for every aspect of it from you guys. So I just wanted to echo that I love what you're doing.
Thank you, Cory. Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. And is everything that you do, is it in person, or is some of it online?
Yeah, we're totally 100% right now online. We started during COVID, again, trying to reach people who were in isolation and who were struggling, right? There was a lot of people out there. They were in this little cocoon, right? So we started totally virtually, and we still are virtual, but now that summer's here, we might be doing some little mini workshops, little mini retreats, and bringing people together under one roof now that, COVID is, I don't want to say a thing of the past, but it's not front and foremost in our minds. So we're looking at doing a few in-person retreats.
So you said membership. So is that how it works for you guys? Is like you become a member and then everything that you talked about, that's everything that you get access to, or and then so is that like once a month, like you have a Zoom or you get together virtually and a mental health person comes on, or what does that look like? Is that
Yeah, you hit it right on the nail right on the head. We are we have a monthly membership. It's a flat $30 a month rate, and that gets you everything. Okay, so like I said, we have once a week we will have one of our partners, and we call them our partners because they are truly partners working with us, and they will come in and they will do an hour-long Zoom session with us. We are our platform is Facebook. Okay, we have a private community in Facebook. So we will upload, they could our members could attend live on the Zoom session. We'll put a link in the event, but it'll also be uploaded to Facebook, and everything we do is uploaded to our Facebook group, and it is organized so well. We have, under the guide section, so we have all Mondays HIIT workouts, all Tuesdays yoga, all our 15-minute work, all our partner content, all organized. So if you miss it, you don't have to attend live. If you miss it, you can go back and you can, watch the recording whenever it's suitable for you. So, and we have people that binge watch, like they'll wait, you know what I mean? And they'll watch, maybe 4 or 5 of them in a row, which is pretty cool. And there's a way that we can track as well. So when they finish one of the sessions, they just mark done, and we can kind of hold them accountable as well. Okay. So yeah, and we'll go in and we'll look and we'll say, oh geez, you know what? Mary hasn't been here for a while. We'll reach out and we'll say, hey Mary, what's going on in your life? Let us in. We're here to help, right? And we'll reel you back in.
So I'm also just wondering, so is it, when you talk about accountability, is like, do you talk to them about their weight, how much weight they want to lose, and kind of like, if we're talking about a regular program, normally there's like a weight check-in, and you know what I mean? Like, is that kind of part of it too, or?
Well, you know what? One of the first things I tell our members in our community is to ditch the damn scale. We don't want to be measuring our worth by a number on a scale, because it's never going to be enough. If you've had a really great week and you might have lost 5 pounds, you're going to get on that scale and you're going to go, oh, I only lost 5 pounds this week, right? Or if your weight fluctuated because you were menstruating or you had, a lot of sodium and you see an increase, it's going to deflate you. So we tell people, let's concentrate on non-scale victories. Okay. Let's talk about, are you sleeping better? Okay. Do you have more energy during the day? Yes, weight loss could be one of your goals, but we don't want you tying your success and your worth to that number on a scale. So let's talk about other ways that you can be successful. And at the end of the day, usually weight loss will be a byproduct of implementing all of the other things that you're working on in your life. Yeah. But accountability wise, we start every Monday with setting our intentions for the week. We'll get on there and we'll say, okay, what is it you want to work on this week? What is it, the one thing? And we don't make it big, right? What's the one thing you want to work on? And let's create a plan around it. So is it going to be, maybe you want to attend 3 workout sessions and 1 partner session? Or do you want to climb the stairs at work this week? Do you want to increase your water this week? You want to get up to maybe 8 glasses a day. What is your intention? What is your goal this week? And what can we help you do? Get the plan in place and then have a backup plan too. Because if it's going to be, let's say, you want to get up every morning and do a live session with us, because we do go live at 6 a.m. every morning. You want to do a live session. Okay, what happens if your alarm doesn't ring? What's your backup plan? Okay, is it going to be you're going to do it at lunch? So we always create the intention, create the plan, and then create the backup plan to go with it. And we do it as a group, right?
It's funny when you talk about that, about the ditching the scale and stuff. It makes me think, I heard this study. I don't even remember where, but it was recent. It was like, I heard it in the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And I don't even think I mentioned this to Shelley, but the study showed that people that were into personal development, so self-help, whatever you want to call it, but that either read books, listened to audiobooks, or went to courses or seminars or something like this, where they're a part of a group or what have you, on average, were like 70%, I think was the number, are at their ideal weight.
Yeah.
It was like a very high number of people that invest in themselves and learning and feeding their mind and stuff like that. They said we're at their ideal weight. And so I bring this up because it goes to this idea of all areas of your life affect the other area of your life.
I do. Absolutely.
So I like the idea of celebrating, what did you call it?
Non-scale victories.
Yeah, non-scale victories. Because I think, like you said, if you set the intention that this week I'm just using an example, I want to attend 3 sessions because this is my goal, and you set an actual attention. The other thing I think it does is it makes the goals smaller, so you can get those little rewards and those little victories easier than if you try to say, okay, I'm going to lose 40 pounds by the next 6 months.
Yeah.
But I guess what I was getting at with that study is, ultimately, I think if you do those things, you probably will lose the 40 pounds, whatever's realistic, but you'll probably lose that anyway without focusing on it. But I think when you focus on it, that's all you think about.
Yeah, exactly. We had one of our members, her intention, she had set a weekly intention and a plan so that by the end of the month, she was going to be able to do full push-ups on her toes. That's what she wanted to do. Okay. And I thought, that's great. That is a fantastic, intention and goal. And what she ended up, and we journal, we also, we ask our members to journal and make notes. And what she found out was at the end of the 30 days, and we call our 30-day sessions bite-sized chunks, okay? Because again, they're those little chunks, right? Eating an elephant, 1 bite at a time. So what she found in trying to get to do the push-ups on her toes is that her clothes started fitting her looser. Okay. She was sleeping better because she wanted to do the live sessions with us. So she was going to bed an hour early every night and getting up. She had much more energy. She was, she was spending time outside as well. Like when she looked at her beginning journal, and then the 30 days later, she couldn't believe what just 30 days had accomplished. when the only thing she had wanted to do was to do some push-ups on her toes. But by making the plan, sticking to the plan, being consistent, it changed how she slept, how she hydrated herself, how she played with her kids, and how she, I think I said slept already, but how many hours she got to sleep each night. So it's pretty fantastic.
Amazing. And I think part of what you said too is the most important thing is like the bite size, right? Yeah. One step at a time, like so many people go, okay, I want to run a marathon. Yeah. But and then they get training and then they're like not accomplishing what they want to accomplish. So they give up.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm even guilty of this, like of putting too much on the want list rather than just starting small. And, I had a friend and she was postpartum and she could not leave the house. Like she just could not. And I taught her this kind of breathing exercise, and it's just about, and this breathing exercise included 3 intentions for the day. But, I said to her, I was like, one of them could be taking a bath or even washing your face. And I was like, the next one could be walking to the sidewalk. And you could say, I want to go for a walk. Who's to say how much you're going to walk? Maybe on the sidewalk. And I think that is so important. Like, I love that. Like, she wants to do the push-up, but it needs so much more, right? And that walking to the sidewalk might the next day lead to the driveway, to actually around the block, right? Like I think we forget that sometimes it's just one step at a time.
Exactly. It's those small little bite-sized chunks. When you talk about walking to the sidewalk, we had one of our members, she came in and we talked about, her goal was weight loss. And we said, okay, well, let's not focus. She said, I want to lose 100 pounds. And I'm just like, okay, we're just not even going to talk about 100 pounds, right? Like that's just so far out there, right? And again, we want you ditching the scale. So why don't we say, every day you're going to get out there and you're going to walk from one, because she had trouble walking. She had her joints, she'd carried heavy weight for, many years, and she had problems with her joints. So we said, why don't we say every day you're going to get out, number one, in the sunshine and fresh air. You're going to soak up that vitamin D. Okay. You're going to take in the sounds of nature. That's going to benefit your mind and your soul. Right. And you're going to walk from one telephone pole to the next. Okay, and we're going to do that this week. That's all I want you to focus on. You can tune into all our sessions and stuff, but exercise-wise, I want you outside. Don't care if it's raining or not, one telephone pole to the next. And then the next week, she said, okay, well, what, I did it, one telephone pole to the next, but I don't feel like I did enough. And we were high-fiving her. We were like, that's amazing, because it was. For somebody that had been dormant and, really, for lack of a better word, couch surfed, most of her life, for her to get up and outside and one telephone pole to the other. And then the next week it was one telephone pole to the next. So we want you doing 2 telephone poles, and that's all it was. Well, after 9 months, okay, she was walking over 8 kilometers a day. If you can imagine that, that's how quickly, it just multiplied, and she was so energized and she was sleeping better and the weight was coming off. And then she was ready to start actually participating in some of the workouts, right? But it took, we always say, is one telephone pole. Yeah,
talk about 5 miles for our American friends.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot, right? That is a lot. Yeah, but she loved it. She was taking stairs at work, and yeah, it was pretty incredible. But it took that mindset shift, because all her life she was focusing on that 100 pounds. I want to lose 100 pounds. That's enormous. That's like trying to eat the elephant in one bite, and you can't do it. So how are we going to break it down?
Well, and like Cory said, I'm in recovery, and I'm coming up on 8 years clean this summer. But I remember being in the room, and if someone was picking up an 8-year chip, I would just be like, oh my God, that is, I'm never going to be able to do that. There is just no way, and people are talking about being grateful addicts and alcoholics, and I'm just like, oh my God, and but the whole of recovery, if you're in a 12-step program, or even if you're not, is 24 hours at a time, right? Don't focus on the 8 years or the 5 years. Like even right now, I mean, I can't focus on getting my 8-year chip. I only focus on today because I don't know what's going to happen over the next 3 months. You know, today is the day that I have to focus on. And if I can, for me, my intention every day is to put my head on the pillow sober, to go to sleep every night sober. And that's all I can do, right? So, you know, and I learned this too in treatment. I remember, I believe he was taking a 7-year chip. And he was one of the gentlemen who worked at the recovery house, and he worked nights, and I couldn't sleep one night, and I got up, and the next day it was his 7-year. And I remember it was like 11 o'clock at night or something. And I had said, you know, just want to wish you happy 7 years. And he said, no, I still have a couple hours to go. Don't wish me, you know, until it is actually the time, because I don't know what's going to happen in that period of time either.
Wow.
So it's like, wow, like that's pretty crazy, right? Like a couple of years, or a couple of hours, I mean, but yeah, like it's just
Yeah. So
one step at a time. Yeah.
exactly.
And so much that we do is one step at a time.
It is, yeah. And it takes a lot to again change that mentality, because we have such a, you know, again, a society where we wear our busyness like a badge of honor, right? And you need to be, you know, 16-hour days, and you need to this, and you need to that, and you need to push, when it's like, whoa, no, you know, it's 1 minute or 1 hour, like you said, at a time, right? Or a half an hour, or maybe it's 5 minutes, but it's break it down, right? And it's not, you know, being busy is not a badge of honor. You know, it really isn't. And we need to demystify that, because, you know, we need to, if anything, slow down to speed up, right? If you want to accomplish a lot, and I'm a realtor full time as well. Like I do a lot. I'm busy, but I'm very mindful of making sure that I have that self-care, and I have those boundaries that I set for myself, because if I don't get my sleep, if I don't get proper nutrition, if I don't move my body every day, those are my priorities. If I don't pick up my grandson and, you know, smell his little head, you know what I mean? If I don't do those things, I'm not the best version of me, and I can't be there for those that I love. I can't be there for myself, and I can't be there for those that I love as well. So we need to slow it down, take those baby steps, celebrate those baby steps as well, right? And, you know, and again, look at it more as a holistic, we're a whole person. We're not just our body, right?
Well, and that's where I went for recovery too. That was the whole premise, right? Like what Cory was talking about with the mess, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole person, right? The whole being, because, you know, it's missed so many times, right? Like we don't, you know, it's not just about getting sober. So even too, it's not getting healthy is not just about nutrition. Like you said, it's not just nutrition. It's not just, it's a compromise. And I love what you said about the food, about like making it a social event, because I think that is, in our busy world now, it's missed so much. I mean, how many of us, you know, stuff a burger in their mouth while we're driving down the road, or even at the office, you know, like people are eating at the desk as they're working through, and, you know, like we're not, and especially with COVID now too, right? Like that's even taken away the social side of food, you know, and we actually just started here about a month ago getting the delivery food service. And I actually love it, because now I'm like, you looking at a recipe, I am, you know, making it, and we're utilizing the healthy food that's arriving at the door rather than buying it. And then I go, oh, I got to cut all that, or I got to decide what I'm going to make. And it's like, no, okay, I got 3 recipes. Which one do I want to make?
Yeah.
And I find it's so easier just to be able to do that. But also, like, we can sit down now and eat a meal and enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So
I will say too, just to add into this, and then Tina will find out how we can reach you and learn more about this great membership you have as well. I know our next guest is backstage. So having said that, I wanted to add to what Shelley said, is that one of the things that we strive to do, and I'll say strive to and try to do, because it's not perfect. It doesn't, it's not every time and every night, but we try to get, 4.5-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. It's a little harder to convince them every single night that we should be eating at the table. The 1.5-year-old's a little easier because he's in a seat, but the 4.5-year-old, he thinks he should be able to sit in the living room or watch this or that or whatever. So it's not always perfect, but I would say more nights than not, we sit at the table. And of course, the 4.5-year-old, how was your day? Good. It's not a big, long conversation. The 1.5-year-old just loves to say words because he can now say like 40 words. So, but my point is, it's still hopefully the things they remember. And it's also still that making time for family and making food fun again. So I'm circling back. I'm kind of doing a bookend to what you said at the beginning, making food fun again. So it's not just about counting calories and guilty pleasures and all this other stuff. It's actually having fun with food.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It makes me crazy when I hear macros and, people talking about calories and points. And it's another diet craze or fad repackaged, into something else. And it's a way that it holds us captive. And it just breeds that, that whole diet culture mentality. So I applaud, you as a parent, trying to, instill, I guess, better habits and better mindset to your children and celebrate food and to make it fun and to not talk about how much fat is in that or how much, how many calories is in that. It's just about sitting around a table and enjoying it as a family. And that's wonderful. Yeah, that's wonderful. And I love what you had mentioned too about these delivery foods. Now we can have so much fun with them, right? Because it's good, nutritious food, and it is bringing people back into the kitchen together. And it's good. It's you feel like a chef, right? And you're preparing and you're having those conversations and you're sitting down to celebrate the food that you just made together, right? So it's a big healing process for a lot of us.
I love it because I use it on the nights that I work.
Yeah.
Right? The days that I'm in the office, I go home and it's wonderful. And yeah, it's been a savior the last few months.
Amazing. So Tina, I promised we'd ask you at least before we let you run, how can people learn more about your work, the Mundy method, all that kind of good stuff? Is there a place you would send them? How do people become a member if they want? I'm sure Shelley, I think, might even want to become a member. So how do people go about that?
Sure. Go to the Mundy Method, and it's MUNDY, themundymethod.ca. Our website, it tells our story there. There is a free Kickstart program. It's a 2-week, recorded kind of program. It's not part of our membership. However, anyone who was in this group today, they can email me, and Cory, you can put my email contact in there, and I will give you a free month to come into our community and give it a try for free. Okay?
I love it. Well, Tina, I'm going to put the website in the comments. And what I'm also going to do, I'm going to go one step further. If you're okay with this, I should ask you this before I just go do this. If you're okay with it, what I'll do for those, because people in my newsletter, some of them check the replay and stuff like that, but some can't make it because certain times. If you're okay with it, I can put that out to my newsletter as well.
Sure.
Which I'll give you a heads up. It goes out to thousands of people, but not, thousands won't just, jump on and join right away. So if you're okay with it, I'll put it out there and we could see what happens as a result.
Sounds like a plan, Cory. Thanks so much for having me, and so nice meeting you. Congratulations on.
Thank you
so much, Tina. To be continued. And until next time.
Okay. See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Okay, so I'm going to bring our next guest right on so we can jump right in. And I shouldn't say our next guest, our last guest for the day, our headliner. Diana, so excited to have you here today, and so excited to jump into a whole lot of different conversations, a whole lot of different areas we're going to cover. But where we usually like to start, I don't know if you caught earlier, when we start things out, what we usually do is get people to tell us a little bit about themselves, who they are, what they do, just so we can kick things off. And then we'll, of course, dive in a lot deeper as we go along through the conversation.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. Everybody that's tuning in, I'm sending you blessings. Before I get started, I just want to do a quick smudge and a prayer. And what I'm hoping is that while I am doing a prayer, I would love if you could just like stomp your feet, get grounded, and rub your hands together and create that positive, yummy energy that I would love to share with you today. So calling on God, Jesus, higher self to be with us, connect us to your unlimited life force energy, filling us with love and light, truth and beauty, grace and gratitude, health and wellness, strength and vitality, abundance and prosperity, heaven and enlightenment. May you bless us today in all our ventures, cleanse us, purify, and align us with the highest good and highest, greatest potential and learning and wisdom. Thank you. Amen. All right. Before I get started, I would just like to put up a shield because I know you guys dealt with all these different people. And with your left hand, if you'd like to join me, put it down where your genitals are, inside palm facing the inside, and you're going to wheel up. Tie it at the top of your crown. And then outside palm, left hand on the left hip, and you're just going to create an energetic shield around you. And this shield is now with you, so nothing can penetrate. And now we can get started. My name is Deanna. My soul name is Diana Elia Mariah Prince, aka Wonder Woman. What? I got this soul name, which means God is my teacher, Yahweh is my God. Prince, I've always loved Wonder Woman, and that's her true name. And it just came to me, the Prince of Peace, when I got bucked off a horse because I love riding. And yeah, just a little bit about me. I'm a teacher. I was a kindergarten teacher for the longest time, so I understand what you're going through. I love kids. I love that you got little ones and a new puppy. Congratulations. Yay. I kind of got over that and found life coaching during COVID because, you know, when you're going through those challenges, we have, right? Everybody has. I'm sending Adele to everyone to dispel worry, to know that everything's going to be okay. It will pass. Whatever people go through, it's going to pass. And I'm an author, which is why I'm here. I created a book called The Book of Life. This is the second one. This will be the third time going, and I keep adding things and working with different publishers. I'm working with Author Tranquility, and it's going to be out soon. I just want to read a verse to you. I created this book based on a dream, and I love your patience and your listening, and I'm sending you so much love, okay? So just breathe and relax, okay? I had a dream a long time ago, probably about 15 years ago. This was after I found God. I didn't know God existed. I was dealing with addictions. I know, Shelly, we've been there, right? Yeah. And we've done that. Yeah. And God, I opened the Bible up after like being in my late 20s, and it was like, you're an angel, wake up. And so I went completely sober. Right after that, I had a huge dream. It was a prophetic dream. There was a red truck. There was a Bible size, mattress size, and a Quran, which is the Muslim Bible, in the back of a red truck. And I look in front, and there's this huge mushroom cloud. So ever since that day, I would always carry a Quran and a Bible. And it inspired me to do this book after 12/21/2012 was supposed to be the day the world end. I'm working at Planet Beach. My dad calls me. He's like, the world, you better come home. The house is on fire. And I'm like laughing, right? Like, this is a joke. You know, it's like the end of the world. This is fine. But I put all my crystal skulls out. I dated all my art because I'm an artist too, on the side note. And I created some oracles, which I'll share with you in a bit after I spiel all this story out. And ever since then, I created this book. And so I knocked on the book, the Bible, and I would open up only sharing the good news, right? Because law of attraction, you guys know about the law of attraction? Yeah, the law of attraction, the more positive you put out, the more positive you get back. And the opposite's true. And what we have today is, I just read anywhere randomly. But the one that comes to me is, if you are a wife, you must put your husband first. No one else will have to say anything to him because he will see how you honor God and live a pure life. Be beautiful in your heart by being gentle and quiet. This kind of beauty will last, and God considers it very special. If you are a husband, you should be thoughtful of your wife. Treat her with honor, and she shares you in the gift of life. That was probably for you too. That message. An army of love, by the way. Rosalind, thank you so much for connecting us. This is my army of love. I work with a pack of angels. I work with a pack of fairies. I work with a pack of divine light beings, ascended masters. And I just wanted to share with you, because this is an oracle that I created. I did all the images myself. I have 8 of them. Heavenly abundance, all these things. And I'm going to stop talking right away. I just wanted to pick you a card really quick and send you an angel.
Did you design the cover of your book?
Yeah.
It's crazy because my first tattoo was a mandala.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it from the cover of a book. And the way your triangles are, it looks almost identical to the cover of the one that I got the design for my tattoo. It's almost identical.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you know what? It's 333 right now. Happy ascended time frame. That you've been online for anyway. But yeah, that's probably the same image, hey?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
And I will say too, I know you're going to do a card, but I told Shelly after we had our first call that it's her that I told you I love your tattoo right here.
Yeah.
That's
it's a symbol of protection, and you can put it up. It's great for at your doorway, in your car, and you can even create it yourself right now. And this protects you in all ways, in all spaces, in all times. Yeah. Woo.
Amazing. Yeah. So why don't you draw a card? I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No, that's fine. This is Anaphiel. Anaphiel is the angel of the heavenly key, which reminds me of the book insert that I'm going to be putting in your book that I sent off. It's called The Keys to the Heavenly Kingdom. And it's dreams, success, love, faith, hope, peace. These are all things that we need in order to live a heavenly life. So yeah.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Very cool.
So now what is this book about? Like, is it a journey, a story? Like what is it about?
Excellent question, Shelly. This is a self-mastery guide. I recommend it for everybody. It's life coaching secrets in there. It's like buying a life coach, and it's got the blueprint for ascension. I have light codes in there, which I'd love to share with you, a light language, and do a water blessing, whatever you're drinking. But I have oracles like celestial cosmos. Cosmos means putting the world in order. A 31-day challenge to a better you. Then again, you get to use your diet, like what works for you, the food, the exercise, the meditation, bring that all in to 365 days of the Holy Quran, the Holy Bible, affirmations and gratitude. And it's just jam-packed with a lot of goodies and templates that I can't really give you details because it's just like 600 pages or something, 555.
Awesome.
And you said, is it available now but it's going with a different publisher, or has it kind of been taken down completely?
Yeah, great question. Self-fulfillment team has it right now, and the new publisher is Author Tranquility. First round was Author House, and that was at 444 pages. Second one was Book Press, and I kept adding to it, right? Because I love writing, and I love that's what brings me to my master classes, because I put some of my master classes into this book, and a lot of the oracles, and even my short stories. I have 2. One's called Ascension to Heaven, and it's about climbing up the ladder and receiving your crown for life. And then the second one is Super Hearts Unite, and it's kind of like a love story where I meet my match made in heaven, which I don't know where he is yet. Are you out there? You can come in now. No, but the beginning of it, I just want to share one quick line, and this is the first page. It's like superhero stories exist everywhere, but this story is beyond special. And then, which reminds me, I have a board game that I need help. I need publishers. I need helpers because I have oracles, I have books, I have journals. This is my my board game that I have an idea of getting an app. It's called The Ascension to Heaven. There's 33 steps all the way up to Jacob's Ladder. And I'm going to have chakra crystals where you can have up to 7 to 8 people. You get to know people. You talk about your dreams, your goals, your visions, your missions, and your purpose. And you climb up the ladder and you get to heaven and you meet all these ascended masters, and it's beautiful.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So if you're listening, publishers, reach out.
Angel investors, anybody want to work with me? I'm open for collab.
I love it.
So the light language, like where does I know Rosalind does this as well. Like so where does this come from? Who does somebody teach you light language? Like what is it?
Oh, beautiful. Good question. Again, I love all your questions. Okay, for one, I have an Isis blessing. I'm going to do an Isis blessing. Then I'll share with you the light language that was divinely downloaded to me based on Maat, who's an Egyptian goddess for order, justice, and harmony. And I'll share with you, if you grab a drink, I know that you both have waters there, and just cup it in your hands. And I'm going to say an Isis blessing. And I want you to think of one goal that you're working on right now and say it in I will or I intend, and say it in a simple sentence in your mind. And I'm going to do a blessing for you, which is an Egyptian Isis blessing. It goes Rale Adavarame Tadose Erek Clacks Rateda So Rame Katada So Lia Ia O Erek Clacks Mia Todasa, amen. And I want you to breathe golden ultraviolet light into your drink. If you can open up the lid and just breathe in your intention and say it aloud. My intention is wellness for everyone. And take a big drink. Blessings. God bless.
Oh. Blessings.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah.
It was actually inspired by my neighbor who's upstairs. I'm in a basement suite here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you guys are in PEI. Oh my God, I took that bridge. Let me tell you, 45 minutes of pure ocean. It was bliss. I loved it. Matt.
In August then, probably.
Yeah.
At the event.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess it was the light
language.
language. Shelley wanted to know how that came about.
Yeah. Matt, who upstairs, he's got a license plate that says XUUX. So from right to left to right, it's the same. And if you view certain languages like Hebrew and Arabic, they go right from left, back to front, right? And what it does is it writes to the temple of your heart. So I looked up what his last name XU meant, and it's bright, brilliant, rising star. And then all of a sudden I got this big download to do symmetrical letters. Because if you take, how many letters are in the alphabet? Like 26 or something?
Yeah.
You pick the letters that if you sliced it right in half, you could see the same as left to right. And so I took all those letters and created a language called the Maat light language, which brings harmony and order. And I'm using sign language for each of the letters. So you can actually like sign in your light language and bring it in and send it. And there's left, past, right, future. And I'm new at this. This is brand new. I think Rosalind actually inspired me. Did she ever do it for you?
Yeah. Well, she did. And then and we have another blueser, Arlene. And so she was at our Toronto event. So she did it. And every time they do it, I'm like, I don't know. It just does something. And I'm just like, ooh, I love this. I want to know more.
Yeah. There's another Qigong move. Like I usually cup up, because this means mercy and blessings in a mudra. And it's just like you're making your wishes come true. And I cup right in front of my genitals and I sweep in and I align my body. And this is a really great one to do just like sitting. Like there's another one you can do just aligning, you know, and I'm just aligning you right now, just sending you all the good vibes.
Awesome. I love it.
And so, I mean, light language, just to kind of finish off on that area, it's a worldwide thing though, right? Like it was, people use it all over the world. Is there any, like, I guess, idea of where, I don't know if you've researched it when you were researching, like you said, the front to back and stuff, but is there any kind of thoughts as to where it originated?
Good question. Light language is ancient. It's an ancient wisdom that's been passed down through generations, through different DNA codes. Like there's Holy Grail keepers, there's wisdom keepers, which is really the infinity symbol. I'm working on my school right now to be an NLP practitioner, and body, mind, soul systems say that what heals a person is the soul, the mind, the body, and matter. So what you're putting in your system matters how you're going to heal, right? In figure eights are wisdom keepers. And what they say is that this light language changes your DNA and your blueprint to actually accelerate healing, provide the light codes to heal, and offer the wisdom and ancient records. It's like opening up Akashic records. Simply just say, your name, open up my Akashic records. Boom. And then all of a sudden this pours in this knowledge, and it's beautiful.
So who do you learn the light language from? Like, yours came to you, and I've never asked Rosalind, but like, do you like work with somebody and it's through, and then it like, because you guys speak something I don't know what you're saying.
She does.
Yeah, okay,
she knows.
She does. Yeah.
I'm a lot like Lisa Stamper. I know I was watching your Army 11. It's so cool that you say that, because I work with the heavenly host of armies of angels. Yeah. I have 100 angels I work with. I'm working on a fairy oracle right now. I work with elementals. I have ascended masters I work with. Jesus has been within me and around me forever. And God honestly is like in me, working through me. Yeah, just a divine channel. I don't know. It just comes and then it pours in. I open up my Akashic records, and then all those people that read, they're like, and then we close your records. I'm like, don't close them. Keep them open. You're going to have a funnel of all this knowledge. So I'm just like bringing in the knowledge for you. Keep them open.
Well, it's funny that you say that about the angels and who you work with, because I have this prayer that I do with the kids at night. We are trying to figure out a new sleeping situation, so we haven't been doing it as much lately. But it's kind of funny because one night my son looked at me, and I do Archangel Raphael and for protection and Raphael for healer and stuff. But it's funny, one night he looked at me and he was like, our older son, and he was like, who's that guy who stands outside of the door and protects us with the sword and the shield? He was afraid, going through a monster phase. And so I was like, no, like, he's out there. Nobody can get in. Nobody can get out. So it was like, protect the windows and doors and keep us all safe. And I send them to other people. And anyway, but it was just kind of cute the way he said, who's that guy who's got the shield and the sword?
That's so cute.
Well, and yeah. I want to dive in, Deanna, in a second to your master classes as well. But one of the things that I'll just add to what Shelley was talking about, because I struggle with it. And I struggle. I mean, it's not like it impacts my life negatively, but I see so many people that are kind of in tune to their psychic abilities and I'm not. And I say I'm not. I mean, I have intuition and all that kind of stuff, and I now recognize synchronicities, and I thank the universe for them and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm saying is, like, whenever I say I want to open my Akashic records, nothing happens. But having said that, the channeling side, I used to, and this is while I was channeling, I used to say, I think that's witchcraft. And I say that in more of a joking way, but like I didn't understand it at all. But I started thinking about it, and I actually channel. And how I do it for me is when I'm writing. So, for instance, I just finished writing a nonfiction parable, and I sat down to write it. And I told Shelley the framework. She knows the story, but all I knew was the story. I didn't know the characters' names. I didn't know what they were going to do. But I sat down, and I don't sit there and go, okay, Jimmy's going to walk through the door now. Like, I literally just type, and it all goes on the page. But also, as a songwriter, 90% of the music I've written, probably approaching 100 songs, at like 45 or 50 are on CDs. Some of them, one's been a music video, some been on the radio. So, like, we're not talking, like just having fun, hobby, like write a horrible song and nobody ever hears it. Like, I'm saying, like, coherent songs that people have actually come live and said, I love that song. That 90% of those songs to me, I sat down, and I did have a pen and a piece of paper and a guitar. But the interesting part is I was rhyming words that I didn't even know rhymed. Like, I wasn't even thinking, okay, what rhymes with orange? Like, literally everything was just like, everything just kind of, I start the song and the whole song writes itself without me sitting down saying, what's the story? What's this? What's that? To me, I guess that must be channeling, because I don't feel like I'm sitting there thinking it through. It literally comes to me. And I've had other times where I write a song and it's a labor and I'm like, okay, what rhymes with orange? To me, that's the time I'm not channeling. I'm trying to force a song that isn't there. So I don't know if you agree with that, but to me, that's my form of channeling, if there's such a thing for me.
Oh yeah, perfect. And I'm so glad that you brought that up because I love hearing your stories. And Raduriel is the angel of artistic inspiration. Sometimes you get nudges, you get brilliant ideas, you get concepts that come. I'm a poet myself. I know exactly. I almost went to Vegas. I was in the top 50 on my poem on alchemy, and that's how I created this angel deck. So that's funny that you're sharing that, and I love that you're a musician. And also on the flip side of that, I just really wanted to share that in my master classes, I teach, and I'm going to be teaching. I'm just starting. It's just like starting up, right? And you know, it's like having subscribers. Like unless you're really getting your marketing program out there and you have the platform, that's beautiful. But I'm doing a vision workshop, a business workshop, a mission workshop. I got a 5-day masterclass on Maslow's hierarchy where you meet your physiological needs. You were talking about Raphael, and Raphael came up and he told me to tell you that diet is important. Diet is important. What you put in your system is important. And I know you're probably ordering from Chef's Plate or DoorDash or like, I don't know, fresh something, and it's beautiful because you don't waste your time, and it's a prepared meal that's balanced and it's good for you. And I love that. I love that you get downloads. I get downloads. That's why I'm here. Another thing I wanted to share is that I'm a shaman, and I work with animals. Like I created this smudge one with turkey feathers and goose feathers, and there's whiskey jack and a crow, and there's just peacock. There's so many things, or woodpecker. There's just, I am a dream healer. I create dream catchers. That's my life. I've been featured in Weekly Wand, writing a journal for astrology and numerology. I've been featured in Women on Summit. And anyway, long story short is I love plants. I love ceremonies. And my future vision is to build the best retreat in the world. I'm going to create an elixir fountain, infinity pools, a pyramid apartment where people can come in, geodesic domes, waterfall, throne. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait for you guys to come.
I can't wait to go.
Yes, we're super stoked, and we're talking it into the present right now by saying we can't wait to go. But I will say too, Deanna, and I want to. I know you said you're just starting with the master classes and that. I want to ask just a little bit more about that. But I will say, because I sometimes I use when we're live and doing interviews, I use it as my notepad to remind myself to do something. So I'll put it out live so that way I remember to do it. But I don't know if Shelley would agree with this, but I think we need to connect her with Emily Harrison. I think you guys could create some amazing magic together, and at the very least have such a great synergy. And she's been down this path for a while, but she's built up this really big network. She runs the Akashic Academy and Akashic Magazine. But you and Emily
puts on amazing retreats.
Yeah, she puts on amazing retreats.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's a good synergy, and she's a giver. Like she would love to share with you some of the things that have worked as well for her in planning retreats around. She goes to what's it called, Mount Shasta. She goes to Mount Shasta once a year with her retreat, and Sedona with her retreats. So I just want to connect you guys. She's a former actress, spent a lot of years in Hollywood, and then more recently moved to Lake Tahoe. And her claim to fame, I always say now, because it's part of what I think she should use for her media, when she reached out to media, is she went from the day I first met her, within 6 months of working with her, actually less than that, within a few months, she was at the stage where she was going on food stamps. And last year she did $500,000 in her own business. And that's within 4 or 5 years. So, and not only that, doing it in the world, the healing world, where we hear so many healers that are trying to give away everything for free because they're scared to charge. And here she did $500,000 in the healing world. So anyway, I think that you guys would be a great synergy. So I got to connect you guys.
Yeah, and Lisa too. I was listening to yesterday and how she wants to do the Academy of Ascension. And this is eventually what I'll do for monthly memberships. I want to share with you money, because you're talking about money, and I want to share some money goals with you. And another side job that I just received, because I'm launching that book of life. It's called Throne of Heaven Book of Life. Featuring later will be the Book of Love, Book of Truth. But I have some citrine in my hand, and I have a prosperity tree that I created with the stones of heaven, and it manifesting money. I am now officially got my life license. I work for World Financial Group. Anybody who wants to save money, make money, build wealth, protect their loved ones, even possibly get a part-time job. I would love if you could reach out to me. I'm sending lots of good vibes your way. And about that $500,000, let me upgrade to $1 million. I picked a card this morning out of my own personal deck, and I create like this abundance deck. I'm working. I need someone to publish guidebooks and have a heat press and all that stuff. But please write a check to yourself. I wrote a check to myself for $1 million today, just for, that future vision. And I grabbed a bill and I wrote my new sexy goal. My sexy monthly goal is $10,000. And put it in your wallet. See it every day. Put it up on your scheduler. Put it in your whatever. But I just want to share these little tricks because, I want to manifest abundance for everybody.
I love that. And by the way, Shelly's probably thinking I'm going somewhere I'm not, but I was going to just share that. I got to do that now. I got to spend the time doing that with the write a check out to myself. I remember, I don't know if you guys heard there was the big story about how Jim Carrey did that.
10 million, 2 years later, bank.
Absolutely. Well, and what I was going to say is the challenge for me is I got to find a check. I haven't touched a check in so long. I have to actually go to the bank to get a check to write on my check. Anyway, it's just something I was thinking of. I guess this day and age, you could probably print out a check and write it out, I guess. But it feels better if it's from your own account, right? Obviously, it's more authentic. But I got to get a check. But I don't. What were you gonna?
I was just thinking that he's been reading from Think and Grow Rich. And so what you're doing is some of the things that he suggests to do in the Think and Grow Rich, right? Is to write out, put it on, and, put it somewhere where you see it every day and, for it to manifest. So he's been randomly over yesterday and today, just reading little bits and pieces. If you haven't read it, you definitely need to read it.
Are you familiar with Think and Grow Rich, that book?
I saw you open it yesterday, Kate. I've been told about that book forever. And honestly, as soon as I got my life license and I got my first WFG email, I opened up and downloaded the PDF, and it talks about the book talk. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, let's get together and do a book talk. You guys should do another feature. Get people together. We read a chapter. We talk about it. And I am on the first chapter.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Well, and it's funny with Think and Grow Rich, I mention it all the time to people because over 100 million people, I think it's approaching 200, but people have bought this book over the years. That doesn't include, we say that with readers, but the truth is just because you didn't buy it brand new doesn't mean you didn't read it. So it could be 300 or 400 million. So obviously I don't have to sell the book on anybody, but one of the things I find interesting, we did a book club within our mastermind, and one of the people in the book club, in fact, most of the people in that book club are not about money at all. And a couple, like one of them, for instance, they've created a lot of abundance without ever worrying about money, which is great. But they were worried when they read the book, like the word rich, like I don't think that'll resonate with that. And then as they got through the book, they're the one to talk about it the most. They're the one now that says, oh, our book club, we got to do another one. Because what they realized when they got into this book and we started actually dissecting it, which is what I told her all along, is Think and Grow Rich isn't just about financial wealth. It's about abundance. It's about wealth as a person. Like that, this book teaches you how to visualize what you want in your life. It teaches you how to use your sexual desire. Like, it's like, who would have thought that's in a book called Think and Grow Rich? And what I'm saying is that the book itself, to me, is a life skills book. It's a book we all could benefit from. And so I only say that because I know now you're going down the path anyway, where you're in the financial business. So for you, reading the book, even if it was just about getting rich, would be great. But I just want to tell you, you're going to get so much more from the book than just.
You're going to get so much from my book. Are you kidding me? All coaches, everybody in the world should read this book because it has 365 days broken up into 12 different life domains too. Like you're not missing anything on your wheel of life, plus an extra domain called charity. And it goes into activities you can do every day with the family. It goes through affirmations, life coaching questions. It's like a complete blueprint to change your life and master your life to ascend to the highest level of your being.
So now with your book, I think I mentioned it earlier, but you said it's with a new publisher now. But is the original one or the previous one available like on Amazon and stuff like that?
It is, but technically I should be suing them because I canceled my contract and I even followed up with them. I was like, but I'm not gonna, I lost out on like $1,500, and I just know that karma comes back. It's going to come back to me. I'm not worried about money. I just want my work to get out there. And that's why I'm here with you too. And whoever's viewing right now, I'm just blessing all of you with so much abundance, so much love, so much happiness. I can't even believe how happy and honored I am to be here with you.
Is there a better way to buy it though? Like, is there a better way for us to buy it?
Amazon has it online. Good question. Amazon has this one online, but please wait till the Book of Life comes, because the Book of Life has 200 extra pages of that domain that I was telling you about, that you can even break it down. It's almost like hiring your life coach, but everything is self-guided and you do it at your own pace. There's a reading, and you can look at my YouTube. Everything I am on social media, it's called Throne of Heaven. My website is www.throneofheaven.com. And Shelly, you love that picture. I know you love it. I want
to find the book. It's like somewhere. And yeah, I want to find it to show it to you. So now what about everything else? Like, you are so creative in everything that you're doing. Like, are you on Etsy or somewhere? Like, can you buy your cards? Can you buy your smudge feather? Your gem tree, like all these other things. Like, are these things that somebody can buy too?
Really good question. Actually, me and Cory, we should team up, because I have like probably a pack of 100 poems that I need to put into song. I want to register a song. That's one of my goals in life. Presently, you can find me on my website and do, healing sessions, distance Reiki. I'm also a Reiki master. Mm-hmm. And I know that you've taken your level 1 or 2, right? Yeah. But I like these oracles. I have best copy in Leduc here that prints me the cards. I don't have anybody to do the guidebooks yet, and a reasonable package to do the box. My dream, I do crystal trios lives, prosperity trees. I have chakra sets. This is my little Merkaba. You can visualize it coming in like with your Akashic records. I'm calling your Akashic records. How do you say your last name, Cory?
Poirier is the best.
Same last name?
What's that? No.
Rogerson.
Okay. Calling in the highest beings of light, councils of light, Akashic records for Cory Perrier and Shelly Rogerson to send them their Akashic records for their highest and greatest good and potential. Thank you. Amen. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. You can just find me on my website. I'm on Facebook, Deanna Merkaba Sunshine. And I'm just, by the way, I do have a masterclass that's coming. It's a 5-day masterclass on Maslow's hierarchy, May 30th. You can find it on Facebook. It's Maslow's hierarchy. And there's a little apostrophe between the Maslows, right? And yeah, you'll find me on there. Come join. It's free. My first masterclass.
Okay, yeah, I found it. Okay, Shelly and I will register for that. So amazing. So Deanna, we're right down to the wire now. And you did share, which I love. I mean, you and Shelly kind of worked your way there anyway. You did share how people can connect with you. But is there anything else that you wanted to add before we let you run? And again, this is a to be continued. We could probably chat for another hour. So this is a to be continued. And I'll probably, once I get going again on my podcast, bringing on new guests, I'll reach out about bringing you on there as well, my own podcast. But is there anything else you want to share before we let you run?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for bringing business, life, universe together. I wish the best for you, your family, the viewers, everybody tuning in right now. I just want to ask for forgiveness and send forgiveness for you, and to spiral in some love, and to hope you discover your own truths and to be your best selves. And I'm here, and you can tune in, follow me on any of the social medias. And I just want to say thank you so much to all of you, and God bless you all.
Wow. Amazing. So much. Thank you so much, Deanna. And Diana will also, like I said, we'll look to bring you back on in the future. I know that with Blue Talks, we're always doing different events, so we'll circle back when we're doing another virtual event, and we can bring you on. And this was a perfect fit for you, this event. But I think, if I remember correctly, I think we talked about you being involved in our June event as well, our Amplify Your Message event. Pretty sure we talked about that.
Yeah, I just add and join, and I would love to come on board and do everything with you too. I'm looking for partners, collab.
Amazing. Well, Diana, like I said, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll be talking to you before then, but of course, we can't wait to see you in Alberta and watch you crush it there as well. So thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. And
thank you, everyone.
thank you. And we'll tell people whether they're listening in the replay or live, Diana's looking for collaborators. She's looking for angel investors. She's looking for publishers, all that stuff so that she can cash that check.
And you write your own check, print it off. There's a secret. Rhonda Biner, read her book, The Magic. It's similar to my book, but my book's gonna explode, and we're gonna do awesome together. I love you guys. Thank you.
Amazing. Again, thanks so much, Diana. Talk to you more soon. Thanks, everybody. And thank you guys for joining us today. This has been an absolute pleasure on behalf of myself and Shelly. I say that we have another day still. We have day 3, the final day tomorrow. But this, again, was another, in my opinion, rock star day. We just had a rock star guest on with us. She absolutely crushed it. And I love her insight that she shares. And her energy and her tattoo that I've already complimented on maybe twice now. But yeah, thank you so much, Diana. Thank you so much, everybody else. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Again, we'll be back on tomorrow. If you're watching in the replay, put your comments, questions, all that kind of stuff, and we'll circle back with you then as well. But thank you, guys, from the Army of Love, Cory Poirier, Shelly Rogerson, and Blue Talks.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Till next time.